to the second round of jury for the Industrial Design Trophy. I'm Divyansh Gupta, currently serving as the Zonal President for Zone 1 in the 64th Council of NASA India. Along with me as the council member representative, we have Chaitanya Gajpia, National Treasurer, NASA India. We are very thankful that this year architect Veeram Shah has served as the moderator for the Industrial Design Trophy. Veeram Shah grew up in Navsari, a small Parsi town in South Gujarat, which acts as a weekend office for the studio. His father, being an avid collector and restorer of antiques, he grew up exposed of Indian antique furniture. His sensitivity to design comes from various travels to quaint old Indian towns, where architecture is not born out of rational thought, rather out of social context and cultural needs. In the current context where architecture offices are being run as corporate houses, Veeram believes in a concise and intimate office where discussions and interactions become more meaningful and stimulating regardless of the scale of the project. Veeram is heading Design Dukan for the past 9 years. Design Dukan colloquially means a shop for design. They are a multidisciplinary studio based in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, focusing on the concept of design in totality without distinction. Now I would like to invite Chaitanya, who would be introducing the eminent jury members in the panel today.
Thank you, Divyansh. Good afternoon to everyone. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the jurors for the 64th year Industrial Design Trophy. Alongside architect Veeram Shah, we have three eminent personalities from the industry. The first one is Sandeep Sangharu. He is a multidisciplinary designer, educator, entrepreneur, and wanderer, and a nomad by nature. He studied industrial design, specializing in furniture design from National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, with a background in mechanical engineering. To mention a few, he is a proud recipient of the Red Dot Design Award for the best of the best in the year 2009, the Design for Asia Grand Award in 2011, the British Council's Young Creative Entrepreneur Award for Design for Social Impact in 2012. His work at Sangaru is informed by a significant commitment to local material and local knowledge. Glad to have you on board, sir, for the jury. Second, we have is Priyanka Narula, ma'am. She is an architect who founded Vickers Stories in 2018. She is an alumni of IAAC Barcelona. Her project Vickers Story was a response to a prolonged quest to define the future of design in Indian context. The work involves the translation of digital processes for complex designing for easy adaptability to Indian craft and material systems. Vickers Story, apart from being an effective tool to realize customized and complex geometries, also transcends scale and geometry and defines new protocols for design. Thank you, ma'am, for being as a jury member for this year's trophy. And the last but not the least, we have Sankalpa sir. He is a practicing architect and academic. He has been teaching at the Faculty of Architecture, SEPT University, Ahmedabad since 2008. He is also co-founder of Thumb Impressions, a collaborative practice involved in the design and detailing with concern on environment and the labor of making. He sees his work as a continuity of flowing ideas between academics and practice. He has conducted several national level workshops on construction and has widely lectured on bamboo as a construction material. He is one of the founding members of India Bamboo Forum and a lifetime member of Bamboo Society of India. Thank you all for your time and glad to have you here as the jury panel. I would like to request Veeram sir if you could enlighten us with the intent of this year's brief for industrial design.
One second, I think Priyanka is missing. Is she seen on your screen? Yeah, I think she's back now.
Yeah, I think she's trying to connect.
Priyanka, are you there? anyways, I think this we have discussed among ourselves, so I'll just go on. So, when I look back at all the competitions that we did in college, it was something that you push yourself to do for a while, and then eventually it wouldn't be pushed further. The idea of creating this brief was to sort of give a start to people who are actually interested in creating products or exploring craft. Because I think, and I would think most viewers would agree that with craft and smaller scales, I think the only way to get about learning or understanding it is to actually sit down with the artisans to see the techniques, the processes, the materials. And I mean, I've always seen I mean, the industry in two parts. There is the craftsman, who has skills which have been developed through ages, generations, and we as intellects, we have more of a theoretical training about what art or what design or what construction means. And to think of it, if you realize the amount of artisans and craftsmen that we have that we could explore, it's immeasurable. And the other, I think the main intent was to not limit this exercise to only this capsule sort of a competition. We, last the four of us spoke, we decided that if people are actually interested in sort of exploring this further, we would love to help them in any way that we can. What happens is it sort of builds a base of you trying to understand how the artisans or the craftsman's mind works. And it is a closed circle. You might have the intellectual training, but the skills are completely theirs. So it is a sort of collaboration that will span even further. Like Sangharu, Sandeep has worked with bamboo for so long, and it takes time. But that's what the spark. If maybe before we get out of college, there's a spark of you actually wanting to explore this. It's going to take time, but then it's worth it. So the intent was not actually to see some great sort of refined products. The intent was to see the process, to see if people understand what it is to actually go to a place, document things, learn how to work with hands, etc. So yeah, so very excited and very happy with a few entries also. The last we spoke, we would love to see what they have to say about it. And it would have been lovely if we could have met everyone, but yeah, situation. But yeah, we'll make do with what we have. Yeah, I think let's go ahead with the first entry.
Yes, so we would be starting with 64 ID, 138 entry. I request the participants to not take more than 10 minutes and please start presenting.
Yes. Hello, good evening. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good evening. So I would like to begin with the idea about art of extinction. Sadhya has the tangible and intangible aspects of creating intrinsic carpentry works, which mainly focuses on arrangement of blocks and patterns, mainly wooden blocks. They are found in chairs, almiras, tables, and all the Parsi furnitures where the Sadeli inlays are provided. So this is mainly an article which has been gifted to Ivanka by Narendra Modi ji, which is seen mostly in Bombay box type of thing. The idea of this art and craft community has the charming culture. It has belonging to its grassroots, along with the connection to modern evolution. The art has also evaluated in modern ways. Next. So about the history, the Zoroastrians, the Irani Parsis, practiced and promoted Khatamkari art in Iran previously. Once a time, the Yahudis and Zoroastrians took arms against each other, which resulted in migration of Zoroastrians from Iran to various countries. Hence, the art traveled the world. So with empty hands and skillful minds, one of the community traveled to Sanjan port in Gujarat. The art evolved from Iran to Udvada and Sadeli was re-established. Now the name, that kaise wo name mila? So the cultural art, like the normal cultural art, sari and sadri, amalgamated together and gave the name Sadeli. Sadeli started in form of beds and boxes mostly. Initially, the materials used in Khatam curry was ivory, deer horns, and bones, but the material gradated to wood, acrylic sheets, and tin due to the banning of previous materials. Eventually, the art typology had a declination and ended up with 3 families practicing it. Currently, there is only, since 2005, there is only one family which practices Sadeli, which is Pettigraph family. The family personally wants to document the whole process of manufacturing things and whatever happening, the process and everything to save it from getting extinct. This geometric handicraft is used by like various tools, like is made by using various tools. That is tri-square angle references, wood chisels, hammers, and wood planes. The process begins with measuring of planks and trimming them into various patterns. These patterns are restrained and bonded later on, and then they are fixed with the help of string and the local glue available. The another step is to slice them in slices and then to inlay them on the object surface. Now the current workspace, which was a part of documentation, is a single dwelling structure. There is a ground floor which has a saw cutting area. The above floor has an display area and the head craftsman cable. And then there is a designing area. Like right now we use CAD and other things. So there is a computer lab which helps us to develop patterns. Now the Sadeli art focuses or emphasis on various woods as said previously. So the most of the woods found in the pure Sadeli work is rosewood, haldowood, cedar, and many more. These patterns are formed by using various shapes, hexagons, diamonds, triangle, and squares. Mostly these shapes are found in it. So there's the use of basic design principles in Sadeli, which is repetition, hierarchy of shapes, mirrors and symmetries, and alternative color codings, which develops emphasis on various areas. The patterns we can see here is mainly named as gull, and they are provided with like Madhmakino gull, Nakkar Makino gull, special hexagon gull. So the one pattern which is generated is named as gull. So these patterns are mainly found in boxes, cigar boxes, pencil stands, then the tabletops and ledges and etc. The additional material used is a silk cloth, which is used on the inner surface of the box. Next. Now the idea was to create an art piece which focuses on regenerate, repurpose, and reprocess. As we have seen earlier that the basic shape of Sadeli is found in boxes, beds, so it's a basic square. The idea was to generate something from a cube. So we generated a game, a puzzle, a snake-shaped puzzle. The main idea was to innovate, like the art should have an innovation in a toy market. It should be user-friendly and handy. The art piece mainly intends to become a puzzle, because of which the product is comparatively small. Like previously we have seen beds, furniture, which are very much which has a huge economic market, but the idea was to create a very small and handy product which is easy to give. So the idea was to get recognized by innovation and then innovate it in innovation and then motivate it. Therefore, connecting, arranging, and rearranging these 3D cubes worked as a paheli named as Satrali. So the Satrali is a Khatamkari paheli, which is a micromosaic laying paheli. This micromosaic laying paheli refers to solving the 17 easy steps. Now this satrali is a amalgamation of basic two ideas, which is Athangudi toys and the sadeli. The pattern over the satrali is basically the sadeli. There are 27 pieces bounded together with a 2 mm string, and these patterns, when are unsolved, behaves like a snake-like structure. There is this 2 mm hole, and the angle of the holes vary from 90° and 180° individually according to the requirement. Now the solved satrali has an emphasis on the khatam star, a 8-pointed star in the center. The satrali has 3 patterns on each side, and the top and bottom shares the same pattern, and the 2 adjacent sides have the same pattern. It commonly shares a cross which helps to depict balance between them. The pair of the shades uplifts the whole model. Like we have used brown, the shades of brown using different types of woods, pine wood, teak wood, and ebony wood to uplift the whole module. Next, the brochure presents the key to the solution, which would be provided with the product. This is how it will be a snake-like structure. And each and every cube is a 25 mm by 25 mm cube.
Sorry to interrupt, only 1 minute left.
Okay. So the product is a asset 3x3 cube, which has shades of brown. What it features is stress relief, patience, and brain teaser. The estimation depends on the saw cutting of the cubes, which is 150 rupees. The sadeli pattern is 810 rupees, and the casing and packing is 120 rupees. So the whole product is 1080 rupees. These are the views how the product looks like when solved and unsolved. So the basic prototype idea was that the sadeli, we can also explore it in Rubik's Cube, Chaucer, then Pak Chal, the multiple board games which require multiple patterns. Now this becomes conventional to gift. When the art is small and it is in a small section, it becomes easy to gift it to someone, and it would be helpful to the Petigra family to develop or to promote their art, which is being from Iran to all over world. So this was the basic idea to follow it in different fields and to make a product. Thank you.
Thank you, 64 ID 1383. Now we would like to know from Veeram if you want to comment like on the entry itself right now, or after we've completed the batch of 4 entries.
I'm okay with whatever the jurors are okay with. What do you want? I think we should finish it right now only because it's fresh in our heads, right?
That'll be better.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's finish one entry, so then we can focus on the other entry completely once they're present.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah. Does anyone want to go first with the questions? Priyanka, you have something to add, or anyone?
Shall I just start? I'll start off with that.
Yeah, please.
Firstly, guys, I would like to congratulate you for the entry that you've done. What I really appreciate about the entry is that how the essence of the entire craft, how that was translated to a form or an object where it applied so beautifully as to not do injustice to the art of pattern making or the end product is supposed to be made. But what I would also want to understand is that in terms of deciding where the application needs to come into place, was there a strategy to understand that, okay, let's say one product leads to more future design strategies? Was there a thought of that?
Yes, ma'am, we had a thought about the future designs and we followed this snake type game because as I said कि अगर वो a small module होगा और economic होगा तो वो ज़्यादा widespread होगा. So that was the basic idea to select Sadeli because it's very costly. Like if we go and buy the products, we ask for a small pencil stand which was 2,800 rupees. So it becomes very difficult to gift it frequently. So we decided that we should make some small sections or something which is easy to gift or wo easily spread out ho sakta hai. So it would be a unique way of displaying things अगर हम games like game boards के section में जाएंगे like चौसार है पाक चाल. So these things would be made by Sadeli, so it would be easy to promote it. Okay. And it would be handy and age friendly. Like ये चीज the satrali कोई भी use कर सकता है from a kid to a old age person. So it was the basic idea.
Yeah.
Do you have the prototype with you right now? I could sort of.
Yes, we have it.
Okay. Very interesting. I was one second. I was very happy that along with the visuals, the analysis, you had also put down the rough sort of the costing of how the logistics should work. Because that is something that is essential. When you make a product, the art is one, but eventually when you put in the market, what sort of client are you looking at? What sort of pricing are you looking at? So I'm glad that you put that down as such. And one thing that I think I would probably tell most people is that we would have loved to see some nice pictures or videos of you actually sort of getting involved in the making. It's nice to sort of so obviously you've done the presentation well, but imagine just having a video of them putting things together. For us also, there are so many things that we are blank about, So it would have been really nice to at least have the real videos or pictures of them, doing those small patterns, etc.
Yes, sir.
But an interesting entry, and yeah, congrats. So, anyone else?
Thank you, sir.
I think I'm looking forward to seeing the pieces on the video.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, is it possible to stop the
presentation? Okay.
Yeah.
So you can.
Right.
These are the pieces, ma'am. Hold it.
Unsolved puzzle.
This is the unsolved puzzle. Currently, we have this, and we can solve it.
We can solve it in a cube.
Also, a close-up of the crafting part.
Yeah.
So that.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, very interesting.
Do you have some questions? Otherwise, yes.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Sandeep?
I don't have any questions, but I appreciate how you connected the Katamkari to the final product and your documentation and the narration through the slides. And I guess there is a lot of potential, rather it being just a decorative art. Now, what I appreciate about the concept is that you can play with it and make it more interesting. And I think there are a million possible directions that you can take. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I am also of the same view that.
Salt.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So one that the presentation was well structured, very clearly done. The graphics were very clear. The process was very clear. So, so a lot of effort from your side is sort of quite visible. Also, I'll add to, or let me agree with what Sandeep said, that it's not merely graphics, but the whole process in the way you have engaged it three-dimensionally has really created value, because otherwise we can also do a 3D print of it and sort of create it like a surface form. But here it's much more than that. And in that sense, I think the essence has continued. So a lot of congratulations and thanks for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So we will be moving on with the next entry, 64 IT 112. Can you guys please present?
One, two.
Screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Good evening to one and all. V64112 ID. Presenting you before our product, Tambat. So short description about the art.
Starting with a brief overview of the art of the beaten copper, which is known as a tambat art, and the artisans, coppersmiths, which is known as a Tvashtakasar or tambats in the Marathi. We have selected the 400 years ago, the 400 years old art, which is situated in the small gully of the Shitolwada, Pune, Maharashtra. Shitolwada, Pune, Maharashtra. So the copper means tamba in the Marathi. So they make the household cooking utensils, devotional items, artifacts made up of the copper, pure copper. The importance of the copper in the India. So India is the land of the various traditional and the cultural diversity. The historical evidences and the archaeological studies suggest that the copper mining in the India is as old as its tradition. The ancient manuscripts, Ayurvedic manuscripts suggest that the different aspects and the medicinal values of the copper in the daily lifestyle, in our daily lifestyle. As long as the sun shines in the sky, the hammering on the metal on the copper goes on with the tambat ali. So there are some reasons of the declination of the art, such as no proper market, no help from the government, decline of the number of workshops, which gives this art decline in the today's market. So after studying the properties of the copper and the tambat art at the grassroots level, the idea of the developing the sanitizing unit at the materialistic thing using copper is developed. By looking the current scenario of the COVID-19, where we all are termed with the term that is sanitization. So we develop the proposed product is a combination of the multiple sanitizing unit, which will work as a single product. So we tried it to merge the community symbol, that is the copper, and decided to develop the copper sink, which includes the various sanitizing units such as thermal checking, UV sterilizer, wash basin, and sanitizer dispenser. So the brand name is developed from their own community, that is the Tambat, which will represent their own community as well as the Indian brand name at the international level. So the logo depicts the customer satisfaction, which is represented by the copper utensil, and the artisan skill, that is the T of the Tambat at start and the end, which is represented by the tool, that is hammer, they use to beat on the copper utensil. So design development. The shape of the copper sink is developed from the gangar. Gangar is the copper utensil used for the sanitation purpose after the years. So initial of the brand name is modified to get that the shape of the base. The product design measures. The product measures the 500 mm in the length and the 600 mm in the breadth and 1000 mm at the height. The sink measures the 400 mm in diameter and the 170 mm in the height. Also, we have created the three versions of the product to make it useful in the various places, such as which I will be explaining in the next slide. The ISO view. In the ISO view, we can see the various materials used in, such as the maximum touch surfaces are made up of the copper, and for the drainage pipe, we have selected the PVC pipe, and the rubber sheet is used for the insulation, and fiber cement sheet is used for the base of the that product. Defining the users, the first range is made for the permanent fixing at the private hospitals, clinic, five-star hotels, which includes the hand wash and the UV sterilizer facilities. The second type is made for the temporary fixing at the commercial shops, luxurious hotels, restaurants, which includes the hand sanitization, UV sterilizers, thermal checking facilities. The third range is also made for the temporary purpose at the events, caterers, and the small kiosks, which includes the hand wash and the water storage facility.
So coming to the cost analysis, we have done the tentative cost analysis basis on the prices which we got in the market by doing our research. So the copper sheets were 800. The rate of the copper in India is 800 per kg, and then the copper foil sheet rate is 500 per sheet. Then the Gangal, their original vessel, they get 100 to 150 rupees profit for the making 1 unit of that Gangal. And then coming to the copper sink, so we have required a 40 centimeter dia. According to the calculations, we got 1 to 1.5 kg of copper for making 1 unit of that copper sink. So it comes around to rupees 1400. Then the rate of the copper tap which we get in market is 2000. Then the fiber cement sheet, which will help in developing the module of the sanitization unit, which is 500 per sheet, and the rubber sheet, which is used for as a insulation purpose, which is 500 per sheet. Then the PVC pipe for the drainage is rupees 100 per pipe, and the UV sterilizer, which is used for the mobile sterilizing, that is rupees 2000. So according tentatively, we have calculated for the total cost for version 1 is material cost, that is 6500. Then the artisans making is equal to will be the cost of the product. And by doing the same calculations for version 1, we got the calculation for version 2 material cost, that is the 3600, and for version 3, that is 5000. Coming to the why you should choose a copper product. Yes, we are reviving the traditional art, which will give to traditional art, which will give recognition to the Indian craft, as well as the copper is 100% recyclable and can be reused for another purpose. The same process is followed by the tambats. Then the copper is antimicrobial, efficiency of copper, and also is of copper, and copper alloys is backed by the science. Then in current pandemic scenario, we are well versed with the term sanitizations, hand wash. So this product will be vital for each and every public place. Then it is the only touch surface material that can continuously kill off the bacteria between 2 hours of contact. And then it is an eco-friendly product, sustainable product, and always eco-friendly one or sustainable products are costlier. Next. Just a second.
Yeah. So in order to study where our product stands in this wide market of wash basins, we did a market study to find out the affordability and the service offered by our brand. So considering the market price of big sharks like Jaguar, Kohler, Hindware, and Serra, the price ranges of just ceramic basins can vary from about 1,000 rupees to around 30,000, which may or may not include the faucets. So after this study, we find out that a Tambat, our wash basin, stands out at a price of 6,500. Though it may sound a little expensive for a middle class person, it offers some extra services for social placements such as hand wash, thermal checking, UV sterilizer, which helps in antibacterial which helps in avoiding the bacteria. So next slide. So talking about the limitations and solutions, the main limitations offered by the coppers are basically it forms a greenish tarnish layer, which decreases its antibacterial properties. So what can we do for this? So the placement of these wash basins can be done at a major footfall places so that the maintenance of these structures can be done very well. Also, there are various materials which can be used at weekly levels for cleaning the set. Then affordability, as we know, the price is around 6.5 thousand rupees in the market. We can launch this product in various phases, such as the phase one, such as 3 to 5 star hotels and private hospitals, which are a major market for us, considering the services offered by us. Then the phase two, which is CBSE schools and colleges, so that the uses of poppers can be made well versed to the students right from the school ages. Then phase three, that is commercial shops and households, and phase four, if we pitch these ideas to government authorities, we can help. We can get help in the form of grants, so that this can be provided to the hawkers, clinics, small clinics, etc. So what we came up with a conclusion is how can we help these artisans? So by major help we can provide is by providing the exposure and by providing a sort of income to these artisans. Yet out of such big extreme circumstances that these artisans are going through, they stick to these traditionals without screwing them. So this is us, the group Tambut, which offers a helping hand to these peoples. The hands of these allies do not stop. They follow the pace of the world. They carry on, creating beauty, waiting for us to find them and provide a brief market for their art. Thank you.
Yeah. Is it done?
Yes, sir.
So
You can stop sharing your screen, I think.
now we would open the floor for questions.
Actually, I'll go first. I actually fail to understand how you explode the craft. You know, it's actually an assembly. You know, so you get copper basins in the market. Okay, you get copper basins in the market. Most of the parts that we are adding are something that you sort of commercialize. It's basically like a basin with a faucet and a bottle trap. I am sorry, but I don't mean to be harsh, but I haven't really understood where craft comes in or how you've dealt with the craftsman in creating a product which is, I don't know, or which meets the brief as we put down. Yeah, but I don't have questions. I only have comments. And Priyanka, Sandeep, you can go ahead.
Yeah. Was this the only concept you worked on, or you had many other ideas and you zeroed down onto this, and why?
We don't. This was the conceptual idea based on what we have researched. This is the Tambut community. They usually make vessels. It is in Pune, so they usually make vessels for the holy purposes. For example, in Maharashtra, the Ganpati festival, the Navratra festival. So in that, they make that. So that is the time.
No. My question is to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you thought of any other concepts of using this craft? And why did you zero down onto this idea that you just presented? I just want to know that.
We thought because we got an idea based upon the vessel, that the Ghangar vessel, which was their main element. They get profit from.
So basically, our idea was to provide an antibacterial. Like we were when we were pitching for the ideas. So it was a COVID situation. So we need to find an idea which could be an antibacterial surface. So copper was an antibacterial surface, and also the artwork, like the tentative art which this community does, which is dealing with the copper. So we try to inculcate the ideas of giving a platform to the artisan, as well as creating a product which helps to avoid the current situation of COVID-19. So it was a combination of both. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So any more remarks or questions to be asked from the entrants?
Priyanka, you want to ask anything?
I'll start here. Firstly, one thing that I appreciate in the whole thing is the idea that can craft be used for a larger, more scalable product? Okay. There are a lot of positives and negatives, both, about the whole product and the development. I'll not go there. But let's say, in terms of the idea of craft, how craft can actually go into developing a product and it becomes a product that's viable for the industry. We also need to look at how scalability can happen in terms of manufacturing. Can the specific craft sector even deal with manufacturing that particular product, scale it up, and then repeat it, over multiple pieces? The moment you're talking about a product like a wash basin, repeatability is very important, and large scale production, I think, would be like a point that needs to be asked about the entire craft system. So have you thought about that in terms of what the craft cluster is like, how big the whole craft culture is, around the vessel making?
So our idea was to, because yeah, there is a decline of the craft. They were not getting the amount which they were seeing for. So we were trying to merge it with the industry where they could make a combination of two. That is they could combine with a company called Jaguar, and then they could make a proper product having combination of both, and they can sell it through that medium. So how Jaguar is having a market. So we were trying to distribute in phases. So that's why our we were looking at for uh, to sell it in the hotels, which are 5-star hotels and hospitals, where maintenance is done, and these products like the basins, sinks are built over there.
Did you guys
Sorry.
any bit of prototype?
Sorry.
Did you manage to do any bit of prototyping or play around with the material?
No.
Okay.
So I was going to add, come to that only, as to, there are, with copper also, there are techniques of how, you bend it, you shape it. I mean, there is a certain beauty to how it's done, So this is something I said for the last 10 years. So what I think we would have loved to see is, okay, fine, like right now I'm commenting on the product because I really did not understand it. But even if I'd seen or understood that, you sat with the artisans and understood, okay, this is how one bowl is made, and then see, we are intellects, right? So the art of it and how you can push, the artisans will be making what they've been making for the last 2 generations. Okay, where you come in is that you tell them, okay, this is how you make the shape. Can we maybe explore something else? Can we maybe push your art further? And then when you put the product in the market, it makes so much sense because it is unique. You're not just taking a bowl which is already made, which they've made, and you are assembling it in the form of a basin. But
Yeah.
as your role as an architect or a designer is to sort of push their craft even further, so then that will empower them into creating that they haven't. And then what is the USP of the product? That you are creating copper vessels in Pune, which have a certain visual uh, weight that no one else has. So then the marketing starts. Then you go to Jaguar and say that this is something unique. Like this is not something you get anywhere. So that is the whole part of empowering these artisans to going beyond what they've been doing, right?
The idea is that if we get them like a proper market or some like exposure, if we provide them the exposure like they are making something art, but it is not getting in the whole scenario. So if we provide them the exposure, like if we provide them the proper materials, proper exposure in the market,
No, I
so
get
they.
that. I get that. I get that. See, that's fine. But to bring it out in a light that no one else has seen it, right? And when do you get exposure? When does a product become like Priyanka works with Vika, she works with K. Now you should see her products, you realize that it has the interpretation of the what she does, and that is her USP. Then you can go to the market and figure out, okay, how do I put this simple material out in ways that people haven't seen it yet. I'm
Sorry, you aren't audible now.
okay. How much do you earn? But anyways, I was just saying that I think our role is to probably see or explore the craft beyond what's been done. So then you talk about, you put it on the market, then it has some sort of weight because the visuals are yours, because you've explored it further. Yeah.
I was thinking because this is a very interesting area to sort of think. Sometimes what happens is the kind of craft that one is practicing, the question of scalability or the question of dovetailing it to some other kind of craft. These are difficult jobs, and that requires exposure both in terms of skills, but as well as in terms of how will you dovetail or incorporate or maybe scale whatever you want to sort of cover. Now here it becomes very tricky because when you are saying that artisans are making it, so the question for all of us and for you would be to think that are you trying to sell the work of hand, or are you trying to, because industry will also make it. Just remember, what are you selling? Are you selling design, or are you selling skill of a person, or are you selling copper? You get my point? And these are very difficult things to get into it. So and sometimes an intelligent move would be to think about small things rather than large things. Because if you, for example, in a door handle, if a copper thing just adds a value to it, perhaps it would have too much replicability. And also, if you sell it from hand point of view, the cost versus that small size will work. But the moment you go into a large scale, you will require people with that financial background to buy it. Just understand these dynamics. So people may be sensible, but you and me may not be able to buy. You have to also understand many dynamics that works together. So I appreciate the fact that the compulsion of having this during the time of pandemic triggered you to think about an aspect of copper, which is well taken. But then one would expect you to now go a little bit more ahead to other things. And what I was trying to build up the narrative about: do you want to sell hand? Do you want to sell copper? Do you want to sell something made out of the hand, or do you want to sell something which anyway industry will make better than the hand? So if there is a clarity about what you are actually pitching in, many of the things gets resolved, and it takes some time. So I'd appreciate for your effort, but as what Sandeep, Veeram, Priyanka was talking about, maybe to carry forward, you will require some of the inputs of these kind.
Yeah.
I'll just leave with a brief comment here. I've been working in Kashmir for a while, and they have copper craft there, and I was quite fascinated by what they make. And I've been interacting with them for the last 14 to 15 years. Every time I go there, I spend a day with them just to see. But till now, in this 15 years, I have not come up with a concept that I can take that craft and push the craftsmanship to the next level. So sometimes you get an idea, sometimes you don't get an idea. And how do we justify a craft, a material, and a technique coming well together? Because as a metal is expensive. It is rare. And how we present it as a product that can be used by someone is very important. It's just not that, okay, there is a skill and a technique and I would make anything out of it. But how sensibly you can think about creating value, connecting these dots. I think that's very important when you look into craft. And for me, it's been challenging for the last 14 years to figure out what I can do with them. So sometimes we tend to do something quickly because we have something to do with it. But to justify it, we need much more conviction in our concept.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So it is basically a combination. So you can see the part of Bhangar. It is basically the top part, which they sell from years. So it would be having the traditional artworks or skills which are put by the artisans. So you can see it as a
Should we take the next one? We can't hear what he's saying.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for all the insights. I think the participants would have taken a lot of insights from the whole session and would do the needful. We'll be going on to the next entry, entry ID 42. Guys, you can please present.
Good evening, respected jury members. So, Great Tales of the Run. In the land of white dunes where the field tremor of quake, we migrated with the warm winds as the camel's bells were. Cladded in work day and night, we settled with men draped in white, embroidered attire with hues of so bright. The women of dune walked with pride. Circular huts with the leapen of mud, ablas and motifs on the walls and cloth. Layers of craft woven together, many folk tales, traditions, and cultures. Circling around the festive grounds, my cradleland dances with the crowd. With the fall of winter, the desert gets dressed with its guests, with the white land brims with tents and chests. Our country undoubtedly remains the most complex and mix of all the races, cultures, and traditions. The panorama of Kutch craft is richly woven into the various hues and many shades of its meaning. From olden times, there is a tradition in Kutch where mother gifts olden saris woven together into a blanket to her daughters on her wedding. There always has been saving and reusing of things in our culture. In the land that spun its freedom from the wheels, in the land of the sand dunes, in the land of the loom, my craft grasps to bloom. My wheel fails to catch your race, my loom alongs for its race. With time, the art of one art has been drifting away from its origin. In an attempt to retrieve and from the dying art in today's time, it is very important for this art to keep evolving into a more art form. Up till 150 years ago, weaving wasn't a year-round activity. Bujodis inhabitants dedicated half of the year to farming, wherein three communities came up: Rabaris, Vankars, and cattle rearers. So Rabaris became the original nomads, cattle rearers provided wool, and Vankars were the community who started to weave the cloth. So here starts our intervention of upcycling the plastic. In the vicinity of there is a huge ever growing a heap of the plastic, where our product comes in, where our craft comes into the role. So instead of traditional weaving where cloth is used or wool is used, we are providing cycles, which is actually collected and segregated from the waste plastic. That is, for example, wrappers, kurkure packets, lace packets, or any other waste plastic. It is all cleaned and washed properly, and then it is cut into strips, long strips, and then it is woven together from the Vankar community. And the tools which are used are needle, shuttle, measuring tape, charka, which are the traditional tools which are used in this Vankar art.
So now we know that the craft that we're using is weaving. So before looking at where it is used, let us take a look at the issues that we are catering to, which is homelessness. Talking about homelessness, not only in India, but on a global level, it is a growing issue. One which will require cooperation from various sources to overcome. So while we claim that we have entered an era of relentless development where moving forward and upward is the only option, thousands of one of us sleep through on the rough footpaths under flyovers or on park benches because they don't have anywhere else to go. Some maintain a nomadic lifestyle where they roam around and find the best areas that could suit them. But even there, they face difficulties from the weather, have very limited access to basic resources, and almost no access to sanitation. So adding to the pile of problems, that there comes issues like hunger, physical and mental health issues, as we've listed down and try to illustrate over here as well. So one of the main issues that we found was that eventually homelessness would lead to begging on the streets due to no job opportunities. So the design that we are proposing is somewhat catering to that aspect. So moving on to the design process, the principal thought behind the product was portability, compactability, and a comfortable shelter for the homeless. The main idea was to come up with a framework on which we could easily attach our fabric, the weaved fabric, with the amalgamation of these principles. The first idea that we worked with was a vanity box, seen over here. Due to its features, which include folding and unfolding and several compartments that act as storage. So this opened here, as you can see, is our final product. So this opened new doors for our product as a multifunctional entity, as it can be used as a cart even by street hawkers.
So since the idea was to make the whole thing movable, flexible, and multifunctional, our product OneCart is a mobile storage unit that also provide refuge. OneCart got its name from One, which is derived from the community Vankar, and Cart from cart. The frame is made out of mild steel, which can be manufactured relatively cheap, and it's also durable. It has plastic fabric baskets in the front, which can be used for storing items that is to be sold. Then two frames are getting attached through movable hinges, and the plywood below is also getting folded inwards with the help of the hinges. The unit has 4 wheels in order to offer a cheap way of movement. It can be pushed or dragged while walking, and to create shelter, one can easily drag outwards the base section of the unit. Once fully extended, this will create an area where one can rest or sleep. It is an easy and cheap solution for homelessness. We have illustrated the entire process of folding and unfolding of the one cart. In the first image here, the product is in the folded form. Then by lifting the base and dragging it outward, the cart gets unfolded in its full extent. The upper platform, which is getting created here, can be used by vendors to keep their products in the area inside the cart, one can easily rest and sleep. So we are cycling the plastic fabric and using it for the cover of the framework in the product. The fabric is obtained from Khamir, Kutch, which is an non-governmental organization, and the whole fabric from obtaining to weaving is done by the Vankar woman. Through Khamir, we can put up a proposal of this product and distribute the product to required users. This is how we can bridge the gap between community, craftsmen, the designers, and the users. Thank you. So here is the video we have made.
Stop.
So this is a prototype in which we have used. We can even store. It is also movable and it is also very flexible. A person can keep place things or sleep at night.
That is all.
Yeah, that's thank you.
Yeah. I want to understand. We started with Kutch and the techniques and the the things that you showed. Now, how is in a broader context, how is the product and the craft coming together, which I could not understand?
So there was we needed to cater a global issue that we have catered is homelessness and the so they can it can also create a job opportunity. So we have taken a cart and the whole cart is covered with our product that is the plastic fabric which is created by the Kutch women, that is the Wanker community. So that is how we are connecting the craft and the product.
Also, in terms of feasibility, say I am homeless. So have we done any sort of cost analysis or anything, some sort of cost for the product, or what it would sort of come down to?
So we have the tentative cost estimating it's about 8,000 to 8,500.
And you speak about khamer, and these are the organic fabrics are tedious to weave, and they're not on the cheaper wave of the fabric spectrum. And so my point was that if say I'm homeless on the road, probably because I mean I don't have probably the money to afford anything. So for me to sort of afford something like this, I don't know what the feasibility. But,
So there can be many non-governmental organizations together with it, and also this is not just catering the homeless people, but also other vendors like fruit vendors, or the product can be sold for them also. And not just the homeless people, and there are various organizations which are and other governmental schemes which are helping homeless people for such job opportunities.
Okay.
My simple question is, why this recycled plastic fabric? Why go through all that effort to make that and not just buy off something which is absolutely cheap, or a discarded plastic sheet, from a construction site or somewhere else, which is cheap or free?
Ma'am, that is not promoting our craft. That is just.
But the intention for a homeless person is not to promote your craft, but to find an easy or cheap means to build a shelter.
See, you need to define your product. You were, I think, talking about two different worlds altogether. If the question is about economy, then it's a different ballgame altogether. If the question is about using craft to create something which is visually pleasing, or sort of put it out in international markets, etc., then I mean it's supposed to, so see, also when it comes to craftsmen, so how I usually work is the pricing for everything I make is decided by the craftsman. So that is sort of empowering. So craft, in a way, if you consider a certain circle or a practice, is not very cheap. So I think I am kind of confused between, plus the craft is like the first part of it, and then you are creating a homeless shelter with this And also one most important question, have you actually gone to Kutch and seen people doing all this? Because there is absence of, we're not sort of understanding or whatever that you're saying is there. Because I'm completely blank, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We have been to Kutch and visited them, how they are working and how they have created the fabric.
But you've not put a single picture of that. I mean, suppose, that we probably are not very well versed with this craft, then how does that translate to us,
So we tried showing it through sketches, actually. So just a second, we'll reshare. Yes, sir.
No, I understand. I mean, your presentation, your sketches, everything is very nice. It's just it would be nice to actually see you work with craftsmen, you work with these smaller products, you go to clusters. There is only one way to deal with this is to be very hands-on, So for me, at least from the time I've started, documentation is something that, we have phones, we have everything. So I would probably wish and hope that, there's some real work that we could see in terms of you sitting with the craftsmen, you trying to figure out the technique, you trying to add, say, new colors to what they've been doing, creating, or like I said before, pushing their skill further to create a product which sort of can be put out in a better way.
Right, sir. So, and this is also like a starting point where we can promote the craft. So not just using the plain fabric, and instead using our craft, that can be the starting point for the larger context.
Anyone else?
Sandeep, you want to say? Then I had something.
I wanted to ask one question. From your documentation and study, I want to understand what is the craft here? What is the skill is dominantly used in making this fabric?
So the weaving process. We are just changing, the whole craft is done on wool, but we are just changing that into the upcycling plastic, which has already been done there. It's not like that we are introducing, but they have already started that, and they're selling various products such as laptop sleeves and other stuff.
Okay, weaving is what they do traditionally, but what they've introduced new to this thing is the raw material.
Yes, sir.
And how they upcycle it, and the process of converting the raw material to a woven-friendly yarn.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the crux of it, if I look at from my point of view. And if I want to connect this to homelessness, maybe I would do a workshop with homelessness to convert a raw material to a yarn, and that becomes the raw material that they can sell to become empowered rather than trying to create a shelter. So there are many ways to look at craft. It's just not making a product.
Right, sir.
So that's my comment and my question, whatever it is. Yeah.
Can you stop sharing? You want to respond to Sandeep?
So can you please just repeat your last question?
It's not a question, actually. It's both things that you need to question yourself of looking at a craft. Yeah. So what you lost in the whole process is what they've invented new. Weaving is what they've been doing traditionally. So they invented a process to convert waste into a woven yarn. Okay. And if I have to connect the craft to homelessness that you've taken as a context, I would have trained the homelessness people to convert the scrap that they can collect into this basic. They may not know the weaving, but they can create the raw material. So can weavers use the raw material to create a product? So in a way, you're creating a cycle of what do you call of cycling ecosystem, where someone provides a raw material to the weaver.
Yes, so that can be definitely done.
So it's not necessary that you have to always work with the craft trying to make a product. You need need to see how you build an ecosystem so that the craft grows beyond what's already been done. The applications could be many. So in this context, I would see the problem area and resolve it in this approach rather than converting it into another product.
Yes, sir, that could be definitely a part of like the system.
No, look, I think you are not getting what he's saying, and that's what even was troubling me as well. See, there is a question of homelessness, which itself is a very serious question. Okay, it is not a simple question that you know we can solve it in such a sort of small span of time. I mean, for example, in the freedom struggle, when Gandhiji was weaving, what did he mean? Okay, because in one of his in sort of when he was going to jail, when there was a detail that he had to write, one of the detail he wrote about his profession was he was a weaver. Okay. The very act of trying to do some of these things, or let's say the salt, you know, all of movement, etc., are symbols of certain kind of empowerment. Okay, that we can make our own salt, that we can weave our own sort of clothes, etc. Now, you need, I mean, we all need to understand that empowerment and product are related when there is a skill. You understand this? So the point is, for a homeless person, the best empowerment is that to provide some kind of a scale, opportunity, etc., to connect to something, so that you know, so that the livelihood process, etc., starts. You know, that's what is there. Now, what you are doing here is that you are taking an interesting weaving process and plastic and upscaling it, but then you are socially demoting it. You understand this? This is a very classic problem what we have faced in architecture since we introduced this textbook, where we said that kacha houses means that you have earth houses kacha and timber houses kacha, and only brick and concrete houses are pakka. This is the same logic. Okay, so because what we are doing is socially we are trying to claim that all the traditions which are related to making in earth are all not permanent. Okay, so again, let me connect back to this whole question, is that the empowerment, when you want to do it, then you really empower it, which means that you build what Sandeep was saying. There aren't enough case study, let me tell you, there aren't much case study in that, except empowerment means that connecting to market, building skills and all of this. Okay, and when you do something where you develop a product, go there, then what will happen eventually is that socially you are demoting, because the symbolic value changes. You have to understand it. Instead of empowering, let's say, a plastic weaving community, now you have given it to a place, and then you are trying to promote it, which means that now this plastic weaving will, instead of upscaling, it will become downscaling, because it means they will say that only homeless people are using this. It's a very different, I'm not saying it will happen, but all the time trying to make you aware about it. It's very complex. You have taken a very complex idea to try and put it together. So that's what our learning should be. I mean, that's what I have seen. What has been happening in the field. But obviously, if you want to challenge it, it's fine. I mean, I'm ready to accept it. Yeah.
So this was not just for the homeless people, but also for other purposes also. So like it could be sold to other. So in Rajasthan, the people make thelas. So it could be sold from there also, as fruit vendors take those thela and sell it. But they are not considered into homeless. So the product main idea was for the homeless people, but it could be sold for various purposes also, like for other users also.
See, I'm saying you don't have to defend everything in life.
Yes.
Okay, you just don't have to, because what I'm trying to say is that just know this. Obviously, once you develop something, it can have multiple use. Okay, so just know that much. And the beginning point where you started, if it was a thela, we could have thought in a very different way. Okay, that's what I'm trying to
Yeah, I mean, it's not a debate or a question. It's just what Thankar is trying to say is that when you present something or when you say create song about yeah, the right now the context, like we understand that there are so many possibilities, but I think I would go back and say that even if you had developed the fabric that you're talking about and seen how what smaller weaves, larger weaves, colors, I don't know, whatever is local, if you would just create like 10 samples of these fabrics in whatever way that you want, monochromes, colors, whatever. So then what happens that that this, so you start from one thread, then you weave the threads together, then you create the fabric. These are steps. So once okay, these are the possibilities of, okay, the properties of that fabric. Is it sort of, is it waterproof? What the shortcomings and the pros and cons of the product. Then you give us even simple, say, okay, these are 4 or 5 type of things where it could be used. But you don't have to get into the eventual prototype. What we are looking at is the process. It takes years and years. You have to understand that to even understand the material, it takes years and years. When I made the brief also, I knew that this is way less time. But the point was that you have a starting point, that that this can be done in 5 different ways. And eventually how you take it further in the next 10, 15, 20 years is the game. That is the most beautiful thing, that, okay, maybe I used it like, do I deconstruct that and make something even more complex? So as you start understanding the properties of material, you start pushing it. So that was the point. Okay.
So I think the participants, yeah.
Then go to the next one.
Yeah, that's what I was. So
Yeah.
The participants are answered. So we'll be moving on to the next entry number 68. You guys can present.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. So the community we chose were the Narikura Girls, who are known by several other names like Kuravanjis, and the artwork they're doing is beaded jewelry. So when we looked into, when we went first and we studied about the community, we learned that in earlier days they were tribes and the major occupation was hunting and all that. But later on they moved into making beaded jewelry. But this is often looked down upon because these people, they do not have a proper society where they form groups and they do. So it's just these people sit at home amongst their family and they go and buy beads from Agra, come once in every year, and then they sit on the roadside and they make these jewelry and then they sell it. So this jewelry is actually of great importance, but people do not know the value of it because nowadays everybody is moving to metallic jewelry like gold and silver, and nobody is interested in beaded jewelry. It's not about that the product itself has lost its value, but people do not know the original value of the property. So because of that, the community is suffering majorly, and we went and spoke to them. They said that they're not even able to educate their own children or do anything of that. And people think that it's some roadside stuff and it's not of a very important value. Then we looked into how we could create a design or create a product that will improve the community with the same techniques that they're using for these jewelry. So in India, generally, we look into more of natural cure, natural medicines like Ayurveda, yoga, acupressure, acupuncture. And even globally, when foreigners look into India, every time when we go and ask a foreigner, the first thing they say is, yes, yoga, Ayurveda, all these natural cures, they are all of great importance. Even recently, a lot of people in US, they started eating in banana leaves and they started taking fermented rice water. So all these Indian practices that were once given to us by our ancestors are now again coming into the trend. And they have immense value. Like, for example, women wear a lot of jewelry. Like we wear nethi chitti and earrings, bangles, anklets, but we think it's just for some aesthetic purpose and women like to dress up. But actually, each and every jewelry that we wear itself has medicinal value. So like, for example, the chutti we wear, we put a pin on top, and this point over here helps to relax and calm down people. And then we wear something called as odyanam, which is a hip band.
So that has immense values, especially to treat menstrual pain, infertility, and posture correction. So each and everything, we wear bangles, women wear bangles after baby shower. So even that has, it gives energy to the women, and then it also keeps the baby's brain, because of the sound, it keeps the baby active. And toe rings, anklets, each and every product we have been using has immense values. So we wanted to revive all of that into our product. Next, we chose women as our user group. So basically, women face a lot of body changes, a lot of health issues, especially after adolescence. Every 5 years or every 10 years, they go through a lot of changes in their body. So every phase of women has its own challenges. So we looked into how we could address all these problems through acupressure. So acupressure is basically, we have points, acupoints throughout our body, and each of these points are connected to different organs and parts in our body. So when we have a pain or any issue, we can either prevent that or diagnose that or cure that by through addressing these acupoints in our body.
So coming on to the design thinking, we majorly focus on 4 design considerations. One is flexible and user-friendly, and the second one is easy to use and low cost. And third one is it is used for all age groups. And the fourth thing is it is very minimalistic and portable. So actually we visited an acupuncture clinic nearby, and we came to know about the acupressure points, and we learned many techniques and variety of instruments they are using for treating these disease. So, and one interesting thing we came across was the Chun measurement system. So Chun is basically, it is a measurement system which is used to measure the position of pressure points in our body. So based on all these inference, we actually map the acupoints, which is majorly addressing the women-related issue like infertility problems and menstrual cramps and irregular menstrual cycle. So these were the points which we mapped. One is so there are totally 12 points, 6 in the anterior part and 6 in the posterior part. In the anterior part, there are RN6, K16, RN3, K16 and RN4. On the posterior part, there are 3 major pressure points, which is UB31, UB32 and UB33. So all these pressure points has unique treatment. So all these pressure points, it cures the menstrual pain and infertility problems and irregular menstrual cycles. And it also regulates the blood circulation all over the body.
So coming to the design process, we learned about earlier how acupressure was used. So earlier the oil and beads were together rubbed on the area of pain. So this helped in relieving the pain. So what we did is we thought we'll make use of the beads, like how Narikuras make beaded jewelry. We thought we'll make use of that and make it on the places of acupoints. So the main elements of our acupressure band called Veeram is first we have beads. Beads we thought we'll make use of tulsi beads. So it's made up of tulsi stem. They have lots of health benefits and also it's very good for our skin. So we are using tulsi beads. Next is copper. So we're using copper to link the beads, and copper similarly has lots of health benefits and it helps in increasing the immunity. So we are using the coppers to link the tulsi beads. And finally, we have stone beads. So stone beads tend to have irregular shapes. So that will help in providing more pressure on the acupoints. And finally, we're making use of natural cotton fiber to make it like an adjustable band. So, so some of the other alternative for beads are like this spadigum. Then we have rosewood. So these are some of the beads which are being used by Narikura Girls. So the major benefits of this product will be, it will be natural and at a low cost, and it will it's the need of the heart, because nowadays we're turning into more health conscious, right? So we felt this is something which is needed for the current scenario, and we made a prototype of a product. So in like an image, and now we're presenting. So we combine the beads with copper links, and these copper links are being done by Narikura. So with their guidance, we connected the beads, and we thought we'll use the copper to make trophies process. So this is
Sorry to
so
interrupt
this
you.
is like a headband, like I said, something.
Sorry to interrupt you, but then you have only 1 minute, so please try to conclude fast.
This is similar to an Odyanam, like I said, how Odyanam helped in curing all the problems. So this is a similar headband. So we made an approximate cost estimation based on the beads, the copper, and the materials which we are using. So now we'll talk about the circular value chain. So we also studied how this will help the community. So the community generally goes and they buy all these beads. So these beads are natural beads like seeds or stones, and even the copper used has its own scrap value. So that's the raw materials. So that then they purchase all these materials, and their process and making happens within their houses or in their workspace, like on the roads, and they don't have any middlemen. So that's one very big advantage. They themselves sell the product to the people directly. And marketing and advising, like nowadays, people also go for English medicine, but English medicine has a lot of side effects, long-term, short-term side effects, or if you're using any heat band for pain relief, even that has a lot of skin problems. But this product does not have any side effect. At the same time, it also helps improve the community status level. So next is the consumer. So consumer these days, we are looking for newer products in the market and everything that helps us to ease our life. And like she said, everybody is also health conscious. So this product is perfectly health-wise also. It's of great importance, and it also helps the community. And recycling, all the materials that we've used, none of them are against the nature. So they're all nature friendly and recyclable materials. Thank you. So we just play the video.
In today's world, women face various health issues at every phase of life, especially after adolescence. While most of us go for English medicine at first, let's take a look at what our ancestors have for us. Varma. Similar to an Odyanam, this headband is made up of tulsi seeds and stones that create pressure at the acupoints that prevents or even cures problems like infertility and menstrual cramps without any short or long-term side effects.
Thank you.
Thank you for your entry. Now we'll open for questions or comments from the users.
Has there been any documentation regarding the entire manufacturing process, and what is an expansive scope of using varying material to different types of beads, to different ways of tying different beads? So is that kind of an analysis being done by you guys?
These studies were in the previous sheets. We studied about the we studied about the Tulsi Mala cooking done by Narikura Girls. We submitted in stage 1 sheets.
I'm sorry, it's not very clear, audible to me.
All the those information were given in the stage 1 sheets.
Okay. Because I'm sorry, I'm unable to relate our initial understanding of the craft to the final decision making in terms of the product design.
Yeah, same here actually. Were there more products in the initial presentation? Was there something else beyond this?
Sorry, sir. Can you please
in the first presentation? Was there one more product or something else beyond just the belt, or am I mistaken?
So in the first product, we were just giving a general interpretation of how we could use the same techniques into bringing an acupressure band. But over here, we have narrowed down into the user group and the problems to be solved by this product.
Okay.
Can you stop sharing? You know, there are a few things which I feel that has potential, but it requires a lot of scientific validation. Now, why I'm saying this is, for example, all the claims that you have made, okay, is generally a claim that would be made are not based on anybody's opinion, but based on a scientific paper that would say, okay, this material has this benefits, this has this benefits, because otherwise, what is going to happen is that it is never going to be scientific. So if your basis is based on some of the things that you said, then you have to cite a scientific paper. To me, it is important because, and for you also it would be important because remember you would be selling it using some of these ideas, and which only, I mean, there is no scientific paper on that. You're just saying it because somebody else is saying it. Now, what happens in course of time is that if you would have studied, a lot of work has been done on Ayurveda, where they have found out that it contains a lot of these heavy metals. Okay, so some of them are useful, some of them are sort of not very useful. You need to know it, because see, the people who were working had a knowledge of a certain time with whatever tools and techniques they had. You have a knowledge with the tools and techniques and scientific ways of verifying is far superior than what was happening 1,000 years back or 500 years back. Okay, so what is important to me is that I did not see any citation. Okay, you were saying it. Well, I mean, but who said that? I mean, tell me where is the study which will prove that? Because that makes see, because you are basing your whole product on that. Now, if I forget that and if I look at only the merit of the belt, okay, then of course one will get into what are the types of weaving, how strong it is, what are the multiple dimensions that you can, or multiple ways in which you can scale it, use it at different parts as an expression. So there itself are much strength to the product itself. Okay, and in the way in which you can do much more with that idea. So to me, I felt that there was a divergence of using some of the narrative without substantiating it. Irrespective of that, the product itself has a strength. In terms of let's say what Priyanka was talking about it, what are the techniques? Okay, how many ways you can sort of weave it? Uh, now, so that is one kind of a product. How many more products can you make out of it? So, in the absence of in the way in which you were narrating it, your product became secondary to some of the other things. Whereas I thought that your product was more important, and itself had strength of its own.
Sankalpa, to what you just said, I want to add that you're saying that in terms of the narrative, the product design became secondary. I felt that the intent of craft, in fact, became tertiary in the whole narrative. So somewhere we lost the intent of craft as to how it comes across in driving the product design. I mean, that essence is lost in the whole product, the way it stands out. I mean, we can go about critiquing the product as to how right is done. How does it compare to other products in the market? In the similar segment, how do they improve those kind of products? To better the health. But I think none of these things form a part of the narrative. So I feel that though the product might be talking about specific health benefits, but there's not much that supports the arguments made here.
Actually, this is, we looked into how the craftsmen are actually doing jewelry now. And when we combine medicine along with the jewelry or the techniques or the materials they're using, so both in combination will provide something better for the community, for the people, for the users who buy that. So this is along with the craft with the help of medicine. So craft is here, but they just need a medical touch to their products they're making to attract more users or to help the users who are using the product.
Yeah, I think good attempt, but I think all of us sort of fail to, because I probably have no knowledge in acupressure, etc. And there was so much science in terms of that the product got probably a little lost in how it worked. But anyways, it was a good attempt. Divyansh, can we go to are we taking a break now? What are we doing?
So we'll be breaking for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
And yeah, I'll request everyone to be in the meeting itself, and we'll be breaking in for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the participants are advised to be here itself.
Yeah. See you at 5ish. I think it's 4:45. 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
Hello, sir, ma'am. Should we start with the next entry?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
The next entry is 64 ID 46. Are you guys here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you
Sir,
can
is
start.
my screen visible?
Yeah.
I think Sandeep is not here, no, is he?
No, sir, Sandeep sir is not in the meeting.
Message करूं?
I think we should wait for 2-3 minutes because it's
Yeah.
not.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Everyone's here now.
Yeah, guys, you can start presenting.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, so starting off with a brief, we interpreted that we were supposed to bring back the attention and value which Indian handicraft was once given, but now it has declined very much, and we wanted to bring a contemporary spin to an already existing craft while keeping the core of the craft intact. And since this year's theme was grassroots, we wanted to focus more upon the basic level of society, and hence we have chosen the craft Tumba. Uh, Tumba comes from come, comes from the state of Chhattisgarh, majorly practiced in Bastar, which is also known as the tribal hub of India. Tumba is basically a form of god art, even though it is practiced in many Indian states. The name originates from Bastar. Tumba were originally used to carry and store water by the tribal people, and hence, in the earlier days, it was also known as the tribal companion. We have in this craft we saw potential because of its unique properties such as durability, its eco-friendly nature, and low cost. Tumba handicraft has been fading severely without even reaching its true potential. And its unique qualities include the fact that it can be a great substitute for plastic and greener, and also a greener alternative to pottery. One of the reasons it was fading is because it can't be shaped according to our need, because it grows in the trees. We cannot control certain factors, so the shape that we get is quite limited. Another shortcoming is the fact that it can only be harvested once a year. So the craftsmen have to depend on another source of income for the rest of the year. Okay, so we have designed a range of products which would be apt for Tumba. One of them is a water cooler. Tumba originally was used as a water container, which slowly lost its appeal. Because it was not considered a luxury item, so the people who were using it kind of lost the values that were behind it.
and the tradition got lost somewhere. We wanted it to regain its true self, as the properties of Tumba were too good to be true, and they were too good to be ignored. So we as a team wanted to revive its tradition while keeping the COVID-19 situation in mind. And what happens is, in the process, first, like a tumba which is of a larger size is chosen. It is cleaned, it is sun dried, and then a design or a pattern um, is etched on it, which is using a hot tool. The designs are made on the tumba. Also, the inner core of the tumba shrinks as it is sun dried, so it is also removed. So that is a process. Okay, now then we have installed a tap on the tumba, because in earlier days what they used to do was they didn't have tap, so they used to either pour water out of it, or they used to bring tumblers into it, into the container to get the water out. So what we have done is installed a tap with a foot pedal, and the foot pedal, what it does is it limits the personal contact. So instead of touching the tap every once in a while, you need to drink, you can just step on the pedal, and it will the pedal will open the tap, and you can then drink from it. Once the person steps on the pedal, wire connected to the pedal pulls the tap open, and then you step off and the tap is then closed. The limitation of this product is that, not the product, but Tumba, is that it is light in weight. So when the Tumba is almost empty, it might tilt to one side due to the added weight of tap. So what we have done is we have also tied it at the top from a stand, so that it becomes more stable. And the frame can be made up of any vernacular element, like vernacular material like cane, metal, or which is whichever is easily available. Some of the future uses that are this water dispenser can be used in offices and public spaces, wherever a lot of people, also hospitals, because hygiene is a very important issue over there. And personally, like, I probably would not want to drink from a public water dispenser given the situation. So the foot pedal works out. Um, the approximate cost of this product comes out to be the material cost comes out to be 535 rupees, which is quite affordable, excluding the labor. Next up, the next product we have is gym. We after the COVID situation, we wanted to give something back to the society lost due to COVID. So the active lifestyle had somehow lost its meaning during the pandemic. People became reserved to their homes, and we tried to overcome this issue by different alternatives. And at the end, we as a team selected that the music was one of the best answers. uh, Also, in the earlier days, Iktara and Dotara were originally made of tumba. So we already know that tumba has amazing acoustic properties. We we then installed an instrument made up of tumba on an existing exercising machine, because of a hollowed god produces a delicate and amplified sound. So whenever two people are practicing on it, exercising on it, harmony can be created Also, music brings people together, and it will just it will be more intriguing to the people. Like me, people out of curiosity, they would exercise. They would want to exercise more. So here we have shown an example where if the tumba was installed in an exercise machine where the wheel you rotate the wheel, and okay, then how it works is once you rotate the wheel, there will be gears attached to it. Okay, so one gear, so the wheel moves the gear which are perpendicularly aligned, and then the gear strikes the string present on the tumba, which creates music. And people exercising together will be able to create a sound, and it will.
Sorry to interrupt, but try to complete the presentation, please.
Sorry,
Try
please
to complete
repeat.
the presentation.
Sir, you are not audible. Can
Am I
I?
audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I'm saying that you have 1 minute left. Please complete this.
Okay. The next up we have a speaker. The process is very simple. Again, a smaller sized tumba is selected and it is hollowed out. The designs are carved on it, and then a speaker is attached to it. The advantages are that it is a great substitute of plastic as it is eco-friendly, and one another advantage it has is that Tumba can last up to 15 years if maintained properly, so it will last a long time. Also, speakers generally are not very aesthetically pleasing. This gives a new view to the this gives a new design to the viewer. The only limitation is that for a larger size speaker, this may not be applicable because the tumba sizes are not, it cannot go up very far, it cannot get very large. Then up we have birdhouse. The the shape of tumba also resembles the bird during its stay in its habitat. The process is again very simple. We have selected a basic form of a tumba, then we provide it with a shade so that the tumba doesn't heat up a lot. Then we have tilted the shade, and the what the tilting does is it.
I'm sorry, your time is up. If
Can
the
I?
jurors want to let her continue.
How much more of your presentation is left?
Sir, 3 slides are left.
Quick,
Okay, yes, sir,
short,
quick,
and
sorry.
to the point, please.
Okay. So the tilting does is the rainwater gets collected into the bird bath, and the material cost that has come up to be 190 rupees approximately. Then we have the market analysis of Tumba, which is the current market analysis. Some of the strengths are that it has low cost labor and there is flexibility in production. The longevity of the products also attracts buyer because it is very durable. The raw materials are very inexpensive, as you have seen. Some of the weaknesses are that the working conditions of the current labor is quite poor, and since the craft has flourished mainly in rural areas, the craftsmen are also sometimes illiterate. So also there is a very low participation of younger generation here, and then we have many opportunities and vast we can have vast business through exhibitions. The threat is that mass produced mass-produced products can be a tough competition for us. The unique selling points of Tumba are its eco-friendly nature and durability, and how inexpensive it is. Then we have a comparison of local and global market. The local market here is very small scale, whereas in internationally the market is quite large. The method of the process is very different in both the cases. The tools used are very different. Then we talk to a few people in the craft, and one of them was an artist. He wanted to promote the craft in melas, and he was really interested in our products. Then we also talked to a craftswoman uh, through through CHDB, which is Chandigarh Handloom Development Board. She came there looking for a job, and the CHDB provided her with one. Then
Let me cut you off, but I think we need to, because everyone's getting 10 minutes, it's going too far. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Can I present the video?
Please, if you have exactly what I was coming to, if you have some prototype or something, I would love to see.
Thank you.
Were you able to create any prototypes for this, even because I did not, like, did you visit these people and sort of work with them, document it?
Sir, we talked to them about a product on telephone calls, but we weren't able to visit them in person. And there was also, we tried to make the prototype, but we visited the exhibitions held in Delhi, that is the trade fair and Delhi Heart, but none of the vendors there were working with Tumba.
For me, it is essential, that you actually, like I've been saying for all the entries, that, it's actually a very nice, concise thing which can be interpreted in so many ways, which you have done, But since I don't know the craft, it's very difficult for me to analyze the finesse, the grace, the technicalities, the details of how and what could be done out of the raw material.
So the raw material is very versatile. It can be used in many ways. It is just a matter of fact that how skilled the laborers are. It can, even internationally, they have used many different techniques, and they are currently even working on it. But obviously the tools and techniques are different.
Yep.
Else who wants to comment on the presentation?
I mean, there were a lot of interesting things about the whole presentation in terms of the wide variety of applications that were spoken about. Also, the material sort of states itself as having some really good properties, like, being waterproof and sound quality. But I think by the end of it, the moment you're talking about craft, you need something tangible in hand. And without seeing, as Veeram said, that without seeing the product really, the entire understanding sort of doesn't complete.
So that is where I am failing to go beyond, really being able to comment too much on it.
Because here we're talking about craft, and crafting is working with hands and doing something out of it and understanding the material, the quality, the properties, more hands-on. So it would have been nice to see something that you had made by yourself or with collaboration with the craftsmen, to see how the whole process work and how, because sometimes you get encapsulated with ideas, preconceived ideas of how it can be used, looking at the shape of it and all. But once you start working with the material, ideas would come up on its own. And when you collaborate with an artisan, the way he or she works gives you more things to think about, rather than just using a form and a structure in different contexts, because that's very obvious solutions that you can see out of it. But how do you innovate something with a very clean, eco-friendly material like a tumba? And how do you make something which makes sense in this today's context, rather than trying to force fit into another? Because the ideas you've developed are many. They can be used in many ways, because it allows it to be used in many ways. But how do you add value to that whole product, that that person who's practicing that craft benefits from the output of? That's what we could have analyzed if you had a prototype. Right now, it looks more like an hypothetical understanding of the context.
Yeah.
See, well, there is I would say, you didn't visit the site, but you have put a lot of efforts in other things in terms of number of options that you are trying to propose. One of the things which is important for us to note is that from the traditional skill, the moment you add the agencies, more number of agencies. So for example, let's say you are using a tumba, now you need a timber, let's say a frame, or let's say metal frame. So the moment you start using all these frames, etc., what happens is you increase the number of agencies. The more you increase the number of agencies in your chain, what is going to happen is that you are increasing the cost, and the tumba person will be having a very ordinary thing in the process. Just understand that you started with something to empower them, you will end up not empowering them but treating them as a labor. You have to understand that you have to add a value to their craft. For now, let me give you a more concrete example. Your this speaker. Now, I'm not an acoustic engineer, but for example, if you are using the volume of that, then each of the tumba would be different. So I don't know how will you calibrate that. Second is that the only thing which the tumba person is doing is to create that tumba and give it to the other person to fit that and then close it. So so to me, again, see, the thing is, understand that when you are adding a value to something, you are adding in what chain? Okay, and in that case, who are you? Are you the person who has the firm and for whom the tumba people is working, or have you created something that you will give it to them and go away? I mean, these are the important questions that we all need to think, and based on that, you will have to innovate, because each of them will have different way to calibrate it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we would be moving on to the next entry. Entry number 14. You can present.
Good evening, jurors. Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, and we are it's 10 minutes, so please time and figure out your presentation. We will not go beyond 10.
Sure, sir. So the handicraft we chose was screw pine, and the community associated was based in Kottayam, which is in Kerala. Traditionally, the community made mats with immense Ayurvedic benefits, but due to modernization, the demand for these declined. The goal of our team was to modernize these mats while retaining the true potential and introducing it in the Indian market. Now, coming to the vision of our project, with the introduction of the Talpa, which is our product, we aim to popularize the screw pine community by involving the youth and reducing the role of the middlemen involved. Our product, Talpa, is a multi-purpose mat, which is compact and mobile. The Talpa has flaps, which plays a vital role in the stability and the various configurations possible with the product. As you can see, the Talpa can be folded and configured in all these manners. So as the tagline says, Talpa, it shapes your purpose. Now, the Talpa is a combination of various modules stitched together in their traditional weaving style. Now, here displayed are the dimensions of the modules. One noticeable feature of the Talpa is its scope of customizability based on the users. Talpa can be used by people of all age categories when traveling outdoors or indoors. According to the requirements, Talpa can be pigmented to the color of their preferences or printed according to user or the function. Since the Talpa serves all age groups, it can be customized according to users' proportions also. Although unique in its own ways, the Talpa, when introduced in the Indian market, can see some potential competition. Primarily, the yoga mat. The Talpa provides the stability and firmness of a yoga mat, while also being versatile and multifunctional with its configurations. The yoga mat is single-purposed, while the Talpa can be used for various other activities. Now, another contender in the picnic is the picnic mat, which is low-lying and less mobile than the Talpa. The retractability of the Talpa allows it to function as a seating unit. The flaps of the Talpa provides configurations in which articles can be placed, such as that on a table. The multifunctionality of the Talpa helps beat the picnic mats in any way. Now, a metal reclining chair can also be compared to the Talpa in the sense that it is a seating unit and can be folded. It is, however, less mobile and compact and much heavier when compared to the Talpa. Moving on to the pricing of the Talpa, the primary goal was to increase the profit for the community while popularizing the craft and the product. Now, after calculating the material and labor cost for the production and design, the Talpa can be sold in the market for rupees 1,550 with a profit of 50% for the community, since it's a handicraft product. Now, due to obvious reasons, Talpa will be a success to the community. A popularity of a product is only as good as its marketing strategies. The Talpa will be available to be purchased at Amazon.in. We have come up with various marketing strategies to popularize the product. One of them being the most popular social media platform of today, which is the Instagram. The community will have an Instagram page showcasing its handicraft and products. The bio will contain the Amazon link from which the Talpa can be easily purchased. Now, pop-up Instagram advertisements and collaborations with Instagram influencers will boost the popularity of the community page and Talpa. Malls, exhibition centers, and public events will host a community kiosk. These will have Talpa samples, which can be tested or bought. This can increase potential buyers who can later purchase customized Talpas at Amazon. Now, Talpa samples can also be displayed at furniture shops. So in-store shoppers can test the product and later shop the Talpa from Amazon. Another proposal for a strategy is government-supported Talpa rentals at public spaces like parks or beaches. A certain number of Talpas can be sold to the government who can set up rentals for the product. This will allow the government to uplift the handicraft business while also allowing potential buyers to test and use the product. The government can rent the Talpas and charge hourly for the users to enjoy the public spaces while using such a versatile product. Here we have a Talpa being used and tested by one of our college students, and various configurations are also tried out and shown. Like how you can see in the first image, the Talpa could be used as a working table, table stand. The second image shows how the Talpa could be used like a recliner. We can lean on the Talpa. Say a third image shows how we can comfortably sit while we could still keep our articles or other snacks on the table. The fourth image shows how mobile and compact the talpa is. We could actually carry it like a bag, like carrying a bag. The fifth image shows how talpa could be shows talpa being used at its full length. It could be used for sleeping or used for doing yoga and other purposes. So the QR code and link provided below will direct you to a YouTube video presenting the various uses and configurations and the potentials of the talpa. So we'll show you the video now. Thank you, sir.
Priyanka, you want to go ahead? I think this is your side of expertise with the, and obviously Sandeep and Priyanka, I think you should probably comment on this.
I mean, I appreciate that you guys have taken up the idea of a mat and sort of extended into like this whole multi-purpose product that sits well into a modern day lifestyle. But I'm trying to understand that, let's say, if the essence or the whole purpose here is to understand craft. So, how does the product push our agenda in terms of craft? Like, are there different ways of weaving, these mats? Are there, what are the interesting things you could do with that, and how does that impact your product in terms of its development? So where I like, it feels like a very limited I'm sorry, I think I got cut here, because in terms of what the presentation I saw, it feels like a very limited amount of research that went into developing the product, and I don't see like a more comprehensive idea of craft being explored in how the product was generated. So can you explain that angle of craft as to how you brought that into perspective?
Ma'am, according to the brief, we have actually shown these stages and about the study of the community in the first submission. So can we present it here, the first sheet?
Not really, like you can just talk about it, because I don't think we have too much time to extend on the presentation. But
Okay,
we can just have a talk about it.
Okay, ma'am. So this is actually a dyeing community, which is in Kottayam. So for primarily these screw pines were used for making mats, but due to the modernization, the production of these mats declined, and then they started making products such as products as table mats and other. Can you show that slide? They started making products such as table mats and other boxes out of it. Like the material, the true potential of the material is its Ayurvedic benefit. So while they converted because there was a decline in the industry of the mats, they started making these bags and other products, pillows and all. But the true potential of the mat or the material wasn't met there. So then we thought of taking this community, and while using this material, we thought we should focus on to the actual potential of the material, which is it has some Ayurvedic benefits. So we thought we'll make a product out of it.
Your narrative doesn't sort of is not coherent with the idea of what craft can do. I mean, in fact, I like the idea that so many different typologies of product can be made, using your craft. The intent is your intent to direction that towards only, these mat making, or to explore it further. Because what you're trying to say is that the communities themselves are exploring it further in terms of making bags and table mats and other products, but what you want to directionate it towards is different forms of chatais. So I am not sort of getting as to what your aim towards this product is. Like, say for example, you've made this one product as a mat. Where do you want to take it further? Like, what next? What next do you want to be making out of this?
Ma'am, as I said before, this is a multi-purpose mat. So it is not just limited to as a mat. It can be used as a table. It could be carried. It can be used for reclining. So it is not restricted to as a mat. And second thing, what we were focusing on is the community is actually dying. There is a group of women who is doing this. So if the next generation, their own next generation wouldn't take this as a job, or they wouldn't carry this forward because they say there is no opportunity in this field again. So by showing them there is again opportunities in the current scenario, we are comparing it with the current scenario. So if we are modernizing the product into a multi-purpose mat or multi-functional mat like this, we are showing them that there is still a purpose, or there is still an opportunity for this field, so that we can also inspire the younger generations more to come towards this craft and practice this even more.
Right. Tell me one thing. These images of the prototype that you put in your presentation, were they actually made out of the mat, or it was another material?
Which one, ma'am?
In your main presentation, you put up pictures of a prototype. So were they made up of the weaving, the woven material that you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am. We have the product.
So that's made. You worked on that along with the weavers.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have the product here also. Should we show it now?
Yes, please. We would love to see that. Can you close the presentation once? Yes.
Ma'am, here is the mat which can be folded like a bag, and then it could be opened. It could be kept like this. It could be kept as a table while there is the mat part is still there. Ma'am, actually, we need a floor to use this.
No worries. I understand the product. Tell me that I see that the product is made up of individual panels.
Yes, ma'am.
Does each bit, each panel or part has some kind of an infill material inside to give it that stiffness?
Ma'am, for these modules, the actual mat is thick from both the sides.
Like, and what's inside?
Actual material. It's a combination of two, and they stitched it together.
Okay.
The table part we are using, either we can use polypropylene sheets, or we can use thin plywood sheets for the same. So the table part.
Okay. And can you just zoom in a little, show closely the joint or the stitch in between different panels? And that stitching is done using thread, or is it done using natural fiber?
Ma'am, this stitching within the module is done with the screw pine itself, and two modules get stitched together using fiber threads.
And the entire manufacturing, so apart from the chatai making, the rest of the aspects of manufacturing, were they done, like, is that a part of the traditional manufacturing methodology? Or
Yes.
the intent is that you get the chatais made somewhere and then you get stitched and manufactured somewhere else with a carpenter and a tailor?
No, ma'am. Since we're trying to promote the community as such here, we've decided to keep their traditional style as such. Like, we are not changing any of their traditional styles. So this is close weaving. This is one of their styles itself. Like, we are not training or we are not proposing them a new style. We thought let them stick on to their traditional styles while we try to modernize the product. And the initial parts or the primary parts remains the same. Like, we keep it traditional.
Okay, sure.
Sandeep, you want to say something?
I don't know, I agree with what Priyanka just mentioned. And adding to that whole craft, again, we are not exploring the craft, the USP of the craft, the material and the weaving. We are taking what's existing and converting it into a product, which really doesn't empower anyone in the process.
So we haven't actually changed any of their production styles. Like, we haven't changed their stitching style or their weaving style or anything. But we are only giving them the option to make another product. Like, the product
I think
which
what Sandeep is trying to say right now is that, with the craft and the weaving, etc., there are complex possibilities, which go beyond just using the mat, sort of a two-dimensional form, which folds into some three-dimensional form. Like, if you study the craft, if you've seen Sandeep's products, so, he has taken bamboo, one material, to a different level of finesse, So basically, you get involved with a community, you see how they're working on it, right? They must be weaving the mat in a certain way. Now, can you add something beyond to the product where the mat is not just a mat, and then sort of create forms which are much more potent? That is, I think, what we're trying to say.
So the reason why we stick on to it as a mat is because that is how they started the material. Like, they started the material by they started using screw pine for for weaving mats. And the reason why they they started weaving mats, it's for their health benefits. The main reason is that it doesn't absorb moisture, so that it keeps your body heat continuously throughout. So we thought if you're going for any other product, we'll anyway like lose the actual potential. We'll miss out the actual potential of the material. So we thought we would try to explore the actual potential of the material to its most, and which is why we used it as a mat, but multifunctional. We sticked on to it as a mat, but thought of using it in a different way.
I appreciate all the effort that you put in terms of making the prototype, in terms of the costs, the everything. That is actually what we are looking for. I think it's just that maybe like push it a little more. We feel that, maybe why not like create something crazy, out of that. But anyways, it is. Anyone else, Priyanka, have to say, add to this?
I mean, see, the moment you start talking about weaving, I think there's such beautiful research out there. And I mean, I'm not talking about mainstream product, but just to see the plethora of research that a lot of people at the very grassroots level, or at the level of artists, or maybe design colleges, how they work with woven systems. I think it's very interesting. And to bring that perspective to, let's say, a very simple product like a chatai could be a very interesting take on it. Your product doesn't really need to change shape. Your weaver doesn't need to change how his hands move, but how you apply techniques to a product also can make a very big difference. And I mean, this is not like there are multiple strategies as to dealing with the weaving. So I feel it needs to, the intentions are maybe right, but then that intention needs to go beyond just making a functional product to making an innovative product. And I mean, let's not draw a line and say it's enough to make a functional product. So that's what making it innovative is, where it's going to take it forward for longer.
Okay.
So if you look at any craft, it's not just for you, maybe the whole audience who is listening to. Craft has evolved over many thousands of years. And what we see today as a traditional product has been refined to an extent that you cannot do anything beyond what's been done. And to do something to it is always a challenge. Because it has been refined to an extent, to add anything onto it takes away that whole essence of the product. And as designers, or as we go and interact and work with craftsmen, we should keep that in mind, that whatever we do, we have to push the envelope beyond what's being done.
Yes.
And that takes a lot of time and working with the crafts. It doesn't happen overnight. So it's always a challenge to work with crafts and craftspeople, because it has been done over and over again for many years. And they've resolved it to an extent that you cannot do anything beyond it. And in terms of the material, the function of the material, the properties of the material, and how it can be used. So it's not force fitted into another context just by taking it as a raw material. It is a product in itself. So if you have to innovate something, you have to start from the scratch, looking it as a raw material and start exploring how do you use it differently. So that's where you can innovate, rather than taking a product from where it has reached and giving it a different form.
Can I reason why we tried out something like that?
What?
The reason why we did not try to change their traditional methods of weaving is because it was said that like the community should be like we should try to promote the community without changing its own traditional values, or without touching or disturbing the community much. So we thought we wouldn't try to, we won't try to change their traditional, we thought we'll stick on to their traditional weaving styles, and then try to make a new product out of the traditional, with the traditional style itself.
I think you might have misinterpreted the brief. The point was to exactly what Sandeep said, to bring out craft, which has already been sort of practiced for thousands of years, but then how can you bring it out in a way that no one else has seen it? I think a very good example is for you to go after this and see what Sandeep's doing, see what Priyanka is doing with similar materials. You realize what I'm saying. But anyways, this was just the start. And we hope that you can limit to the competition. If you explode something, then please explore it further. Take 5 years, take 10 years. It takes time, like Sandeep said. Okay? Chalo, good luck.
One last point I want to mention is, in systems like these, it's very important to be hands-on, and where not just this entry, but a lot of other entries are failing, is that, since they're not hands-on, I mean, there's like this whole document, like there's a lot of documentation, there's a lot of presentation and maybe prototype and design thinking. But because they're not hands-on, they're not able to understand where the intervention comes in. So there's a very fine line in between saying that not changing the ecosystem, not changing the craft, but where does your intervention come, where it justifies the already established system of a craft community and your design intervention. So that understanding is sort of lacking, because that material understanding is not very thorough, and the decisions are not informed by the material, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we'll be moving on to the next entry. Number 96, please present.
Are they yours?
Number 96, 64 ID 96.
Yes,
Are
sir. Can you see it?
No, it's not visible yet.
Are you audible enough?
You're audible, but your presentation is not visible.
Yes, sir. Please share it.
And 10 minutes sharp. Please time your presentation accordingly.
So is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Yes, you can start.
Good evening, esteemed jury members. We are the team behind 64 ID Noxes, the reimagining of Aruna community. This is our presentation.
A village in Pathanamthitta district in Kerala is the home to...
The voice is echoing. Your voice is echoing. We can't hear you properly.
Just a minute, so we correct. Hello, sir.
Your voice is
When you run two systems, this is the problem that you face. So you will have to make 0 one of the volumes.
Yeah. Is it okay now?
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it seems to be better.
Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll start again.
So, Aramula, a village in Pathanamthitta district in Kerala, is the home to century-old craft of Aramula metal mirror or Aramula Kannadi making. It has gone through many forms from vermilion box, Val Kannadi, that is handmade mirrors, to stand firm after colonization. The Aramula Kannadi, though highly revered for its sanctity, has been limited to a showpiece now. Our product, the attempt to reimagine the use of Aramula Kannadi in a modern day context. Next, to give an overview of our design journey, we started off with brief cracking and understood the importance of the concept grassroots. Accordingly, the reason why we choose Aramula Kannadi is due to it being a highly craftsman-centered process. It is unique to Aramula because it is a skill that depends on intuition of the craftsman that has been perfected over many years of their practice. After the craft selection, we did a lot of secondary research and made a hypothesis and then explored possible products. Then we actually visited the village, talked to the craftsmen, and formed a detailed understanding of the process, learned about their social and economic issues as well as internal conflicts. All of these ideas later influenced our product design journey. So when we went back to the drawing board to come up with new product ideas, we communicated with the craftsmen to finally choose one that is the most appropriate based on the limitations as well as specialties of the crafts and the craft people. This product was then validated using surveys that we conducted on an international level. Going on to the issues holding Aramala Kannadi from fitting into a modern context. Firstly, craftsmen are resistant toward modernizing the design. For any craft, it is the tradition which limits the innovation. Artisans are proud and happy to stick with what they tried and tested. Some of the craftsmen are conservative and believe in the sanctity of the divine product. They are unwilling to shift from the traditional design style. Secondly, current designs are not suitable for daily use because of their heavy and bulky nature. Existing designs are mostly suitable for sedentary lifestyle. For example, Val Kannadi, that is the handheld mirror are uncomfortable to use on a daily basis because of their form factor. Another example is the showcase mirror. With its backstand is heavy and also non-portable. Another issue we notice is that mirrors are not covered. There is a high chance of breaking and smudging. Next, standard marker growth of this Aramola craftsman. This is Aramola Kannadi is unable to reach an international audience due to insufficient online presence. So, keeping these issues in mind, we explored different product ideas that the community could possibly make, but we still ran into some issues while designing. So, there were some limitations, especially the limitations due to manufacturing process and the materials used. Secondly, the problem we faced was the sentiments of the craftsmen. Some of the craftsmen in the region didn't want to shift into more didn't want to shift from the traditional design. We spoke to the craftsmen firsthand and we understood their needs, the manufacturing processes, and the limitation and the design necessities. So these were some of the products that we explored. First one is a wooden jewelry box. The woodworking was unfamiliar to the craftsman. Also, furthermore, as the metal expands due to heat, the wood could possibly damage the reflective surface of the mirror when the metal surfaces with the wood. Understanding the international appeal, we also considered a sliding mirror, but it had a complex mechanical design which was unfeasible due to the limitations of the sand casting process. Next, we considered a contact lens case, but then we dropped this idea because it was contrary with their culture. The other product that we discussed was a wall mirror, but then the cost and chance of metal breaking and molding process increases with the size. So to tackle these issues, the crafts, especially the craftsmen being hesitant to do modern designs, we took inspiration from the history for its function as a makeup mirror. As the existing traditional design is not suited for daily use, we paid special attention in ensuring our product B is small, portable, and ergonomic as a pocket mirror. Additionally, the mirror gets a cushion effect from the glue wax on impact. While creating the modern design, we use simple joinery and frame design in consideration of the sand casting process. So moving on to the product specifications, the product can be made in two different sizes, preferably, which is 2 inches and 3 inches. The copper fixing ring has a standard scale with traditional Arangula engravings both on the ring and on the outer cover of the product. It has a butt hinge and a kiss lock clutch, which is easy for the craftsman to make. We provided enough depth in the interior so as to contain the glue filling, the mirror, and the ring. It has an overall thickness of 2 centimeters. Also, the hollow upper cover gives breakage protection and also scratch protection for the metal mirror surface.
Once we designed our product, we sent out an online survey to an international audience. We received responses from 91 people from countries like UAE, USA, Singapore, Netherlands, Canada, etc. From the survey, we understood that around 85% of individuals are interested in buying traditional handicraft products. Around 85% of individuals are willing to spend 13 to 70 US dollars, the equivalent of 1,000 to 5,000 Indian rupees on traditional handicraft products. We were able to conclude that the price range of our product matched its perceived market value. Around 40% showed interest in buying a compact mirror, thus validating the decision to focus on it for our product's form. Business model. The idea with regards to the business model is to collaborate with local craftsmen in order to set up an online platform through which customers on the international market are able to order the traditional Aramola Kannadi online. The website will offer the customers the ability to customize their design patterns, to make the designs personalized for themselves. We will also offer customers the ability to send the product back for repolishing of the brass or the mirror within the first 5 years of buying for free. In marketing, we plan on marketing through social media apps, through
Sorry to interrupt,
documentary.
but your time is up. So
Yeah,
Yes, sir. It's the last slide.
it's the last. Okay. Through documentary pieces on the craft and product posted on YouTube channels like Business Insider and Little Big Story. Through sponsorships on other specific craft-specific YouTubers, and by setting up social media accounts on Instagram where we could post short videos on the process, making videos for customized products and so on, thus generating pre-market interest in our craft, in the craft itself. The goal here is to make the craftsmen connect with the customers in the market without any middleman, bringing awareness of the grassroots of the craft to the customer.
Yes, now we'll move on to the video presentation.
Thank you for your time and excuse the technical difficulties, but over to you.
If you were to sell or put this product in the market, then what is the USP? Why would I buy it?
Two reasons. Armola Kannadi is actually known for because it's different from normal glass mirrors in the fact that there's no double refraction taking place. The mirror image is 1-to-1, and there's no and one of the main marketing pitches for Armola Kannadi is that you see yourself as you are. Another reason is that we believe that by transferring or like keeping the same values of the Armola Kannadi and keeping the design and the magnificent finishing of the brass and the mirror itself, and by shifting it to a more modern aesthetic, it becomes more appealing for the international audience.
I understand the properties of the mirror, etc., something that's already been there, right? But in terms of say USP of a product or the visuals, like what impact does it create is something that I could not gather. Because if you look at it, the design is quite generic. You like I've seen my mother using such things, from my childhood. So in terms of translating that craft into something, giving more value, which we've been saying for all the presentation, is something that I somehow did not gather.
We believe that by keeping at least for the very least, the designing and the engraving patterns on the Armola Kannadi, which is which is visible on the interior and the exterior, and by keeping this more the compact mirror aesthetic.
Were you able to do any prototypes? Because I saw that you had actually visited the people there.
Yeah.
So could you even create one part of the prototype or something?
No, sir.
Is there a reason for that?
Mainly due to like COVID restrictions afterwards, we needed to build. They need to build a mold specific to the shape form of the Armola Kannadi. And after we visited, it took a while for us to design the product. So we weren't really able to fit that within the time frame of the competition. They need to make for every new design, they have to sandcast, they have to create a new mold before they can
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was getting to, that to see, like we just spoke the same thing in the last, I don't know if you saw it, but for craft, you have to work hands-on. Like if you see them doing say a mold in like a sandcast mold, you will yourself think that why don't I maybe tweak it a little bit and not create a rounded cylinder as a mirror. I mean, some value additions in terms of visuals is something that I missed out on. Yeah.
So when we talked to the craftsmen, they said the curved shape of it was easier for them to make. We even went for a more cylindrical shape, but then that would have been difficult for them. They said the mold of a curved shape would be easier for them if they make a glass plate and then work on it. And their tools restrict them to make more customized designs, like sharp edges are not possible. We actually tried different shapes and they told it is difficult for them to try out like very alien concepts. So
But why didn't you put all of that in the presentation? No? That is what we were looking for, to see if you have, at least, I mean, forget the product. Come on, let's not comment on the product, but to see if you have understood what are the properties, what sort of a soil do they need, there's so many things, Anyway.
So somewhere in the presentation, I missed you explaining as to what are the products that they actually make. So can you just reiterate that once?
We have a picture of the product. One second. I'll share my screen. One second. So they make mirrors in a sense, but
So this is a mirror that they've actually made, or it's a downloaded image like from the internet?
No, we bought a model of the mirror that they made, and for research purposes. And so that is one that they've actually made.
Right. So in terms of any manufacturing strategy which is mold driven, I feel that the biggest challenge is to push somebody or these craftsmen to make a new mold and create an absolute new design. So could there have been possibilities of you guys using their existing molds and manufacturing things out of that?
Sir, ma'am, so mainly when we talked to them, we had to go for the simplest design so that they didn't have to make up new molds. So as for our thing, it's just a curved surface. So if they make a flat metallic surface and heat it up and just have an impression on a curved surface, they get a small curved structure. So that's what when we talked to them, they said, yeah, that is fine with them. That would be easy for them. That's why we went for a curved shape. And also this curved shape sort of acts as a protection for the rest of it. And also you could see in the image over here, the existing design, usually they have a curved surface in the backside to hold the mirror.
Okay.
I mean, please go on.
In terms of decision making or the whole process of coming to a certain design, did you guys explore more options as to what you could do? Because in terms of designing a mirror, it just feels so limited. Like I found the point that you just made about using like a simple circular shape and then rounding the edges off, which aids in a simpler manufacturing methodology with them. I like that's an interesting point. But then how far did you go in terms of exploring exploring different kinds of products? Because a mirror feels very limited.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So we did try, or like at the very least, we've sort of talked to them with regards to the types of products that could be made. One issue that we faced was that the craftsmen, there's a lot of hesitance for them with regards to moving too far into and trying new products, mainly because they have Aranmula Kannadi has a long historical sort of significance for them, and they didn't really want to shift too far and try new designs, especially even with doing small things like adding wood to the design, or like they were very hesitant to go that far. So we wanted to our final product really look to history in terms of the function, because it was at one point used as a makeup mirror. And so we thought, well, at the very least, because the function is similar to what it was historically, the form being not the form could change a little bit, and we were able to, that's how we sort of reached our final product.
Okay, sure.
So if you don't have any comments,
Yeah, we can go to the next one if no one has.
I just wanted to, a little bit comment on the reluctance of the craftsmen to innovate or to sort of get into a curve. And what Priyanka was also talking about, depending on molds and all of those. It's important to find out from them when they are not comfortable, what does that mean? Does it mean about finance or financing the mold? Does it mean techniques? Because the moment shape changes, the condition changes in terms of the process, or does it mean little bit of hesitant because it is moving in the new area? All these three things I have found out are important. Okay, and why I think both Veeram has been saying and even Priyanka, why it is important to get into making it, because then you crack. See, once you know it, then it becomes easier and comfortable to work. And then something new will come with the craft itself, or we know that okay, these are the limitations, we cannot do either of them. And so it is important to put it there, because at least trying and rejecting is a knowledge form. Just understand that being successful is not all the time important. What is important is to learn that 5 things doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. The process is what we are looking at, to just understand how a material works, what are the limitations. So I think, like I said before, if you are interested in this, you learn something, you should now, since there's code has settled down, you could actually sort of push this further and see if what would come out of it from these discussions.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll now be moving on to the next entry, entry number 33. You guys can present.
Yes, sir.
10 minutes sharp, okay?
Yeah. Okay, sir. Got it.
Reading the brief, we explored Karnataka's handicraft, which is the grassroots of present-day production of handmade wood toys in South India. This traditional art is known from its place of origin, Chanpatna, located in Ramnagara, Karnataka. This 200-year-old handicraft is now beginning to diminish, while modern technology is taking its place. Hence, the preservation of this art, government has taken several measures to ensure the craft flourishes. Manufacturing is simple. The manufacturing process is simple. The stages include procuring the wood, seasoning, and the cutting the wood into the desired shapes, pruning and carving the toys, applying organic colors, and finally polishing the finished product. This polish is also non-toxic and it's called lacquer, which is obtained from the resin of the trees. Despite the encouragement, this work also has adverse effects on artisans. The sawdust is left open in the air, which can cause serious damage to the lungs. These repercussions can also lead to asthma, hypersensitivity, and pneumonitis, which means that there is an inflammation in the lungs causing allergens to enter. Due to the long working hours and 9-to-5 job and 5 days a week, a limit of 2.5 milligrams per meter cube of hardwood and softwood wood dust is the limit for which the wood that can cause skin reactions. Here we can see that the wood is entering and is also left open in the air.
Okay, moving on to the concept. We were thinking, how can we prevent the sawdust from entering their lungs and nose and stuff like that. So we placed, we thought of the concept of suction pipes and how it can be useful in capturing sawdust. So we placed a box in the center of the table, which can this design seemed to be concentrated and bulky. So we kind of took it to the next level by using a trapezoidal design. This is placed at an angle so that even the higher sawdust particles can enter into the suction vents. And then moving on to stage 3 of this design, we thought this circular suction vents seemed to not capture a lot of sawdust particles. So we thought of utilizing the whole surface area, and so the meshes are helping for the sawdust to enter into the machine. And the final design was a curved design which had exhaust vents also on top, so that the suction pipes and the fan can release the exhaust outside. Okay. One more observation we had during our case study was that there was a lot of sawdust which is entering their face also. So to solve this problem, we placed the product at the end of the table, and our initial design was basically a linear shape, and we kind of evolved into a triangular shape so that it catches more sawdust. And finally, the design was a curved shape, so that when they are doing their work, they can rest their hands, and if it is a triangular shape, it doesn't cause any cuts. So basically, that was our product, and we thought, where is the sawdust going to go? So we kind of we placed collector boxes below the table, which had partitions inside it, and these partitions were made for smaller sawdust and bigger sawdust particles. And we see that we have ergonomically designed it so that the workers get more leg space. Okay.
Moving on to the dimensions, the center, the product that will be placed at the center of the table, the width is 30 centimeters, and the ones at the edge of the table is 20 centimeters on both the sides. This still gives a lot of space for them to place the wood and their other products in the center of the table, and the product can still suck enough sawdust into it. The suction mechanism is a basic principle that is based on the rotation of the fan. The direction of rotation and the angle of the blades create suction on one side and it expels the air on the other side. So we have given expelling vents on top of the product. The particles then passes through two meshes, which will help separate the bigger particles from the smaller ones. And they can be used for different purposes, like making sticks of agarbatti and creating compressed particle boards. So the costing, each fan consumes 33 watts of power, which will be used through 9 hours in a day. That is 0.297 kilowatt hours. And the average price of electricity in India is 5.23 rupees per unit. And one table will use around 10 fans. Therefore, the total price will be around 43,542 rupees for a year. And an added suggestion is that we can, since the pre-existing machines in the factory is based on a rotation principle, the fans can be connected to the product using a conveyor belt, which will reduce the overall cost of the product.
So these are the views of the product. So when we got the brief, we were thinking which handicraft to induce into our project. But then we decided to come up with a product which will save the craftsman, in turn saving the craft.
And giving health benefits to each craftsman.
Yes, sir. That was our presentation. And we have photos of the site visit. Just a second. And this is an example of how the craft. So all these colors which are used are made of lacquer, which is naturally available from the resin of trees.
We can't see the video. I can't. Is there a video playing?
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Just a second. So can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
So, and we had shown a video before also. So the product actually is designed to suck in the sawdust from both the center of the table, and you can see that a lot of sawdust particles are going into the craftsman's face. So the product placed below the lathe of this machine will suck in the sawdust particles from the which is going
far
inside
from the
the
face.
far from the face.
You know, are you aware about that these are products which are already available in market?
Yes, we know that these suction mechanisms for clearing sawdust is already available.
I think you have completely misunderstood the brief. I mean, it was obviously about craft, right? We are creating exhaust fans, and while we are addressing Channapatnam as a craft, I mean, I was very excited when you started, and I thought maybe it's a small little part of probably what you've designed. But I mean, there's a very long brief that addresses the fact that we're understanding a craft, not the mechanics of it. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's I don't know what to say. I mean,
Sir, we everyone was coming up with handicrafts, right? So, but there should be a craftsman to do the handicraft.
no, but see, if there's a brief which addresses the living conditions of a craftsman or the, say, economic or cultural aspects of a craft which is dying out, then you address that, right? It was very direct that you take a craft, and you actually taken videos, you've gone all the way over there, you've actually met them and seen how that works. And yes, like Sankalp said that, you know, the Channapatnam is happening, like, but there are so many interpretations that could come out of that art because of beautiful art. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, but this was not the brief.
But industrial design means product design, right? So this is a product which is designed specifically for.
It's not a debate. It's not a debate. So yeah.
So
I
then I
will
think
just add to this. Sometimes, Veeram, I kind of it's when we are looking at design as providing solution to craftspeople. Sometimes to increase the efficiency of a crafts community or the work environment also is a solution to kind of encourage and take forward a craft which is not looked down upon. Like the sophistication of working space is also very important. If Louis Vuitton makes something in their workshops, and why can't we make it here with a workshop which is well addressed in terms of design?
Absolutely.
As an industrial designer, I would look into all the issues a craftsman faces. And solution is always not in a product. Products can be evolved. Anyone can do a purse, a wallet, a door handle, a lamp, a chandelier, a chair, a furniture. That will evolve. But for a craft to survive, and for the younger generation to take it forward, they need to look at the craft with dignity. If their work environments are not resolved or they're not addressed, we as designers fail to kind of look into it if you're just trying to make a product out of it.
Yes,
No, absolutely.
And I guess we need to have an open mind when we are addressing this issue with crafts and craftspeople, because if the craft has to evolve, the tools, the work environments, the dignity of working in a certain atmosphere should make them proud.
Yes, so our
And
intention.
I feel addressing these issues are also very important. And that's the concern I have, because the ecosystem won't exist if the environment doesn't support it.
Yes, sir.
So I see the point I was trying to make even that time is that, see, my concerns are very different. My concerns are already it is available. Now, what is it that you are doing? See, if you are arguing from, I don't have problem about designing a vacuum sort of, whatever the system. I'm just thinking of the value in comparison to what is available. So that's the only concern I have. I don't have a concerns about, let's say, if you're not working, because I agree with Sandeep's view that you have changed from hand to 3D printing and everything. You cannot push somebody to remain in that ancient way. Okay, and there are new things that we all needed. So my question to you was very simple: is that why didn't you choose that? This is you have identified this as the most important problem. Yes, true it is. They don't wear masks because, see, we also work on site and we keep on buying for artisans all kinds of equipment, and they refuse to sort of follow it. Okay, so we have been trying as much. So this is a good area that you have got into it. So I just asked that why would you not buy an already available system and go for your own system? What is so unique that you're
Sir, it is designed in such a way that it can be placed like right below their tables and right in center of their tables. All the systems you get outside are not designed for them. All this, the design, the shape, everything is done in such a way that the sawdust is correctly sucked inside it, and then they don't have to face any problem with this in the future, because it causes lung cancer. What is worse than lung
No. Let's see again. You're getting into a wrong discussion. The discussion I said is very simple. Tell me 10 industrial, whatever is available, and as compared to that, what are you doing? Why? Because every day I'm working in my workshop in SEPT, and I'm doing this all the time. Okay, so I'm quite familiar with that, with what is happening, and now separately we have installed for each of these units. Okay, so what I'm saying is, so I'm totally in sync with you about your concern. What I want to ask is that because you have already put so much effort to it, one would say that, look, because I know that there are tools which we have where you can locally fix in, and we are doing all of these things. So all I'm saying is that just be more aware about it. I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong. I'm just saying that these are things which are available in market. Even if you have tweaked around what is there in market to say that if you do a little bit, it will help, I'm very happy about it. That's what I'm saying in short.
And we all share the sentiment, because I also run 2 workshops, So every time we use a lathe machine, it's almost similar. It's a turning thing, So we share the concern. It's just that this, and also fine, we agree to having whatever. This, it's generic, If you run a woodworking workshop, whether it's Chana Bhatna, whether it is pure woodworking, whether it's any other place where there is a lot of sawdust that comes, mostly from lathe machines, So we are trying to explore craft, but this solution, and I agree it's sorted, but it's for a different context, Anyways,
I will just add to it again. This problem is again because of intervention of modern technology coming into craft. If you look at traditional Channapatna craft, it was never done on a motorized lathe. It was done with an hand-run, hand-turned lathe, and they're making beads. So as we intervene in a craft and we start changing tools and introduce new things, and we don't address the outcome of how they could affect the craftsman, is also a very sensitive issue. So in your case, you have tried to identify a problem area, but the solution could have been much simpler. And that could have been one of your, inputs to improvise a workspace rather than trying to design it completely, because that need not be, because when you're identifying or looking at a craft, there are many areas that needs to be addressed. One is workspace, marketability, product development, empowering artisan with newer skills to understand how market what are the market needs. It's a many things. It's a complex ecosystem, and we cannot address everything in one go. But when you identified one area, what could be the probable solutions? And I think it would have been nice if you had put down the cost factor that goes into putting a vacuum thing. A craftsman may not be able to afford it. Could your solution be something that a craftsman could afford it? Then it becomes a very viable design, right? You only mentioned about that the sawdust gets sucked in and sucked out and it keeps the environment clean, but how the mechanism works, we don't know. But looking at that, it's an area where you can go ahead in the craft sector. Many craft techniques and processes need these inputs. It need not always be a product oriented. So I guess we are identifying an issue is the important case here. How you resolve it using newer methods and tools is something that we need to think about.
We did talk about the mechanism and the costing.
It's okay. I think we'll move on to the next one now.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so we'll be taking a break of 10 minutes if it's okay with the jurors.
Yeah, we need to.
Right.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we'll be taking a break and we'll be coming back in 10 minutes.
Sure.
Then we'll have the last 5 entries. Thank you, everyone. Should we start with the next set of entries if everyone's on board?
I'm here, Divyansh. I'll just switch off my video, okay? So if rest of them come, you can start. Okay.
I'm here if everyone else is.
Yeah, if everyone's there, we can start.
Just check Priyanka if she's there. Priyanka, you're there? Veeram?
Yeah.
I think everyone's here. So 64 ID, you guys can present.
Should I present?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everyone present. Just a second. So I'm here by sharing my presentation. So this year, as the brief suggested, on bridging the gap between the craft and the society, it was necessary for us to select a craft which is obscure under the clouds of modernization of the society. Hence, we landed up on the craft made from sabai grass. So the name of a project, Tirankur, which means seedling of the grass, is meant to connect the essence of sabai grass. I'm going on to the next one. Coming to the craft, the sabai craft are important traditional household industry of the region. It provides some sort of income to the people practicing it. It actually flourished in the regions of villages of Akrabai and Maldi in the Purulia district. The craft, though being practiced both by men and women of the tribe, is mainly women-dominated craft initially, providing them employment and empowerment. To know more about the craft, we did a visit to the village of Maldi and to the organization where the craftsmen, artisans are supported. We found that the issues faced by the artisans is a lack of advertisement and awareness among people regarding the products and the art. And the major problem with the product is that is the main it is mainly for aesthetic value.
there's no functional value to it. So the challenge for us was to create something which has more functional value than only focusing on to the aesthetic part. So we next went on trying to understand the processing of the whole craft. First, it was harvesting and preparation of the grass, rope making, braiding, and finally it was the dyeing of the ropes and the materials to different colors. It involved both sabai grass and date leaves. Next, we studied more about the craft. So mainly we going into the product, first we studied onto the material that we were going to work with, and came to know that the grass had the ability of atmospheric to fix the atmospheric carbon, and it is basically evergreen perennial growing grass. So, and also has a soil binding capacity. Hence, it is mainly an environmental friendly and sustainable plant. Next, the existing products which now exist are the ropes, the decorative items like baskets and utensils, bags, broomsticks. But during the lockdown, it affected the most of the market because these are luxury items. Only the broomsticks, which were a necessity part of the household, were on demand, and this affected the market of the other decorative part, which were not at all required at that time. Coming on to the product, we have mainly divided our product into two parts. Firstly, the smaller products which are only for aesthetic purpose, and the main product we are focusing on are the sanitary napkins, which are basically for large scale production with lesser of the aesthetic value, but which involves more of the processing part of the original products. So the side products are basically pet kennels, which are which can replace the plastic ones, even the supermarkets, and the rubber slippers. So and the main product of a sanitary napkins is basically we try to more of a, as the sabai craft is women dominated crafts, hence a product is mainly focused on being women, by the women, and for the women. And both it is economically friendly and low cost. Going to the next part, the chemical composition. We studied on the chemical composition and the advantages on other sanitary napkins which are now in the market. The sabai grass has antimicrobial effect, and it has similar properties to that of the cotton. It can be dyed, and it has a great moisture retention capacity. And even the breaking strength is more or less equal to that of the cotton. So the materials that we thought of using, which can be used in our product, are the sabai grass pulp, which can be also obtained from the residues of the main products, decorative items. Those residues can be used in making the grass pulp. So, and the compostable plastic sheet, smoothened sabai grass, and sterilized cotton cloth, and adhesive. The costing per kg for sabai pulp are 105, plastic sheets are 460, smoothened 13 to 14, and cotton cloth is 300. The diagrammatic representation shows the different layers which are put in the product. First, the sterilized cotton layer, which is the fluid transferring layer. Second is the grass pulp, which is mainly for the absorbing part. And third is the sterilized cotton, again for fluid distribution. And last for a fluid barrier to protect the leakage. Then the processing actually involves, jute also has been preparing similar sanitary napkins previously. So our process of implementation of the product basically is derived from the process of the ones made by the jute. So feasibility is not a problem for that. That involves pulping, molding of the pulp into napkins, then adding to the compressing of the thing, compressing of the pulp, then adding the cutting of the cloth, and last part is the stitching part. Then coming to the prospects and problems, the main problem that they are facing is the environmental changes, which is basically affecting the grass growth. For that, the costing has gone up to from 12 to 22 for just a few years. So Kasai grass are used, which is of a lesser strength. And this, even though to make them product marketing more strategical, we can start using social media to spread the awareness. The product we have made makes the user group a wider one, and even training facilities can be provided, and product can be more of bought from direct from the producers without any intermediate middlemen to be in the marketing part. So that's it. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, you can stop sharing, and we are open for questions and comments.
Can I start with a question here?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So tell me one thing, the sanitary napkins that you spoke about. One, you spoke about different layers in that. I was wondering that will the product still work without the sabai grass pulp layer in it?
No, but the pulp is the main absorbing part. So if that is missing, then leakage is a main factor in that.
No, but then you already have cotton in it, and I mean, like, market is flooded with some really great products which are cotton, like they're made up of cotton. So why can't we eliminate the entire sabai grass layer and then just make the product with cotton, and it'll be more effective, more minimized in terms of number of different types of materials and layers that you put into it?
Basically, this layer actually makes it decomposable. So what nowadays sanitary napkins which are being produced, they are more creating a more of a pollution kind of thing. They are not decomposable. So this is a kind of more eco-friendly.
See, because what I want you to do is do a bit of a market research. There are like a lot of eco-friendly newer products that are trying to bring in change in the market, and they're great products. Okay, so how does your idea over here stand? Second thing is, I think
point to this is that
let me complete. So one point where you started off saying that products made by women and for the women. So you're starting with a very good intent. My problem here is that are you like really you started with that intent, and are you somewhere lost in that intent and happy with that intent rather than doing justice to the whole idea of the craft or even just the material? Because what you spoke about was you're playing with the material. You played with the material here. There was not much in terms of playing with the craft or the idea of the craft. So is your good intent enough, or you need to go beyond that to really find the right application or intervention?
Also, I had 1 second, very similar concerns. Like, if you consider the whole composition of the sanitary pad, there's only one layer of the material that we're exploring, So there's cotton, there's still plastic, right? In the composition.
But that's compostable one, so that won't affect the sustainability.
No, agreed. But in terms of, say, utilizing the material or the craft that you're focusing at, in terms of percentage use in the product, out of the 5 components, we have only one component, which is your intended use of the craft or the material. So, like I think we spoke before also, okay, when the logistics come and say, you want to actually put this into production, but you're going to have other vendors who supply cotton. There are other vendors who supply the plastic. So then the empowerment of women using that craft is a very small element of the product, right?
Right. The one more thing that this sabai grass has been actually, it has been suggested that it can be also converted to fabric, but I'm not sure, so I didn't add on to it because that didn't show up so well. So it was safer for using a cotton than I'll just suggest on using a sabai grass fabric.
Have you actually seen the fabric or the material? Have you done some sort of research or prototyping as to how much does it absorb or anything, that is it been a one-on-one sort of exercise?
I saw into a research paper that they had tested on the retention and the its characteristics on being a better fabric. So I added on to that. It can be a better fabric. So it's just an idea. So I didn't put it into the design.
Okay, anyone else wants to add to this?
And I find it difficult to respond to this. That's the only thing I can say, because I don't have a comparison right now. Like some of the products, it's slightly difficult because these require some figures.
Yeah.
How do we believe that that will work in short?
Yeah.
So I think little bit of responsibility lies with you, because if you say that there is this gap within the existing range, and this is what you are bringing with the introduction of this, could be one, because see, now banana fiber, there are many things which people have started using.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying I believe that there is a lot of potential with it. I'm not denying it. All what I'm saying is that you are appearing in a formal competition, and some data substantiation would be important for us to believe. Okay, that's the only thing, in the absence of which it becomes very difficult to sort of say that.
And like Priyanka said, there are like a lot of sustainable options in the market. So I think what would have been helpful is to maybe have a case study, that, and see, when you're talking about mass production, which you spoke, that this will mass produce.
Yeah.
When you put a product out in the market, you have to always know that there are 10 more brands competing for the same product. Now, what is it that you are offering that they are not? Is it the price? Is it the quality? Is it sustainability? So this can, for us, we believe what you say, but for us, it would make more sense if we knew, if you could see a case study that, these are the brands who are practicing sustainability, and what I bring is much better than them because XYZ.
Just wanted to add one more thing, that other things just like bamboo and jute, their harvesting, they have a costing for the harvesting. So the raw material itself has a costing, which here for the sabai grass, there is no costing for the raw material. It's just the pulping process that requires the costing. So that's there the costing goes down for this.
No, we take your word for it. It's just that we are not aware of what else is there. So for us to analyze it is difficult,
Yeah.
And also I feel that there were other layers in the whole construction of a sanitary pad. I mean, could the intent of providing that absorbent layer in the center, could that have extended to the top layer, the middle layers and all? I mean, why stop there, and why not talk about a more comprehensive construction of the product?
So the middle layer usually is the absorbent. So that is the reason why we put the middle layer to be the one absorbing the fluid and not passing on to preventing it to just for leakage.
Okay.
So if we're done with the questions and comments, can we move on to the next entry?
Yeah, yes.
Right.
Yeah. So next
Thank
entry is entry number 92. Can you guys please present?
Hello. Good evening, jurors. Is our screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
No, your screen is not visible.
Yes. Share the video clip. So we would like to start with the advertisement which we made.
Okay.
Yeah. So was the audio audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, so our actually the reason that we showed our video in the beginning was because we didn't have any details of our modules in the particular slides that we're presenting right now, because we focus on only business modules and in the aspects of business. So just to give a gist of what a product talks about, it is about links that we call it from Chennapatna. Chennapatna, as the other team as well spoke about, it's a village that falls in between Mysore and Bangalore, back in Karnataka. So one of the most important thing that I would like to highlight about Chennapatna is that, or the most, to give a just absolute gist about it, we visited the place, we understood what craft goes there, what exactly is their intent. So the intention of the craftsmen, which is happening from generations.
I hope I don't remember. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
So the intent of the craftsman that's happening from the generations together is exactly to produce a toy. So we as designers did not want to change their intent for creating a toy, but what we understand as designers is when you more or less tend to buy something from the market and put it in your house, beyond a point of time, the object loses its value. So what our focus or what our intention was to create a product or an innovative module in which what if a customer himself adds a value to the product that stays longer in your house. So that was the reason how we ended up with in designing the module that we did. So before getting into my actual sheets, these are actually the summary of my previous sheets that we actually did. So the important aspects that I would like to tell away here is we actually went and did a live research in Chennapatna. Post that, we took a model to one of the crafts marketing sector that happened here in one of the locations in India, and we tried making children play with our toy and figure out whether it's actually workable in the market or not, whether the purpose of the intent with which we're creating is achieved or not. And we figured out that when you create modular aspects for the very traditional aspects of the market, it has a scope of development. So this is more or less like the market analysis that we actually did, wherein we actually set up a stall in one of the craft centers, as I was actually talking earlier. So what we majorly did is we presented our initial 10 sheets that came for our shortlisting to NASA. And we tried asking people what would be your feedback if this particular product gets launched in the market. What is their basis for selecting a particular toy? Is there any particular thing that they would like to focus on? Or would they choose over price versus the material of the product or the quality of the product? So these were basic criteria for which we selected, for which we got our input. So based on that and the other independent research that we did through internet, what we figured out was there are about 4,000 market manufacturing units which actually are only just focused on the toys. So that is one of the most primary important aspect that we actually focused on. And coming to the other thing, if you think about an international level, just to give statistics right there, it's about $1.5 billion market of toy industry. So when you have a humongous scope in this, why is it that Chennapatna is fading off was our question. So now what makes a good toy? The question that you see on the top in bold, that just identifies on one major factor, which focuses on how well we engage our kids or our target users with the product that we intend to create. So the need for our product in this particular thing, I would like to highlight about how our product is different from others in the market and how we help in think, build, and create a cognitive ability for a child. So to give an absolute gist about what happens in the society is a kid gets to play with a finished product. And supposingly, just to give a small example, if a kid happens to go and see a train, he will rather ask his parents to buy a train. What if we give a choice of creating the train for that kid? So that is where our innovation actually came into the picture. So this is the major gist of our product that we actually tried creating. Now, one of the most important taglines that we tried emphasizing on was the quest for the undetermined. The reason we named it as creates a quest for undetermined is only with one major aspect in mind. That is because you see any toy in the market, there's already an established need or a requirement for that. You need a train, you go purchase it. But what if you don't know what you want, but you still want to invest in something for your personal development and you get to choose something, is what our actual advertising or marketing strategy looked at. So if I actually have to show you something over here, we spoke about something called as advantageous inventory strategy through links. So what this focuses on is if a product doesn't work in one market, it could be rearranged with different modules and it could be again resold in the product. So now, who are our target users? As I was rightly speaking from the beginning, it's the kids whom we are majorly trying to emphasize on, kids of preschool, grade schoolers, and then teens. Teens in the specific field to be for those who are keen to design or innovative aspects. Because if I go and take my product to an architect or a designer, they would find its scope of development. But if I give it to a person who's doing software or engineering, he may not understand the logicalities or the levels in which they can actually explore it. So this basically speaks about our target segments where we wanted to sell our product. And one of the major important things, right, as I rightly started my presentation with speaking about the different aspects, that is dual distinct value proportion. So what I mean by dual distinct value proportions is for children, it becomes a fun wherein they get to learn something more innovative or they get to develop the cognitive abilities from the product or the module that we tried creating. And after that, when it comes to parents, a child grows really quickly. So what happens with the module that you create? You generally tend to throw it out, or you generally tend to say, acha, oh, ho gaya iske bare mein, let's look at it later. So we didn't want that to happen. What if the same module was able to create something like a basket which was able to hold a plant? What if it was a same module was able to hold cutlery on a table? So those were the intents of our modules. Now this focuses on how exactly are the steps that we nurture our toys in, how exactly we focus in delivering our product to the customer. So these were the major problems that we identified in the society as of now. That is because with the understanding the economical situation of the country, so the most and the major importance or the significance that's given in the market right now is given to the economical and the social problems. Because what we need to understand as designers is because money matters end of the day, no matter how creative or innovative your product is. But at the same time, we did not forget our intent of uplifting the craftsmen. People back in Chennapatna want to leave out the craft because they don't make money from it. So only if their stomachs are full, they're ready to go for the same work on the next day. So if we are able to address those sort of aspects, that's when our actual idea can move forward. And it's not easy to convince a craftsman to tell that you design this particular module or this particular aspect to us. So based on all the understanding and based on all our absolute research work, what we figured out is whatever modules we decided of different sizes and different combinations would be sold for an MRP of 900 rupees, given 20 pieces in each module. So that was the basic focus of that, and it would be getting advertised through digital approach, majorly through Instagram and other platforms like Google AdSense and many more. We could actually market a product So that would be one of the major way of advertising. Coming to marketing, we decided of actually starting or launching our products in Montessori schools or any of the international schools and not directly launching it in the market. Because the minute we launch it in the market, understanding the market, we actually need to focus on one thing very important, that whatever we created can be done in 2 minutes in plastic. And that is a disadvantage. And we are speaking about it at this initial stage, because what we need to focus on is if we let everybody know in the market with the kind of design that we have right now, it's very easy for another person to recreate it in the market. So knowing that with the modules that we have, we made a clear decision of launching it through international schools or any of those schools which have a better infrastructure. So which more or less emphasizes on taking a product broad, but understanding how that the product can take the student to think. So keeping those factors clear, that was a major focus of this particular thing, be it the marketing strategies or the advertising strategies. Moving on to the next slide. This is the particular brochure that we were talking about. A brochure does not give a particular user manual. It gives only the possible combinations that could be done with it. So now that is the image that you see in the center are actually the traditional Chennapatna toys, but what we created are the modules that are there towards the left of it. So when we actually try showing all of these aspects, what I would like to emphasize on is if we as designers could actually mold these products to take it to a better level, it kind of more or less creates an intent within the child to create something even better and more fantastic in the future. And one of the most important reasons why we chose creating a specific prototype modules of different sizes and different shapes is simply because when you see any product like that, it gives them the kick to work on that even more. So that is the reason for selecting this particular product. Coming to our future expansion, there were 3 major aspects that we actually focused on. One is there would be an advancements in the shapes and the sizes, because the prototype that we have right now, if I go back to my previous slide, it's all circular modules with a connections like push-pull system that works towards the end of the module. So one of the major or the important aspect that I would like to highlight over here is the reason why we selected a circular aspect is majority of the Chennapatna toys are run over a lathe. So they're molded in a circular format. So if you go to the craftsmen and tell him that I want something very blocky in nature or very rectangular or cubical in nature, the craftsman may not intend to so. Knowing the present reality of the market, what we understood through our investigation is that to be very keen and specific, they don't want to move away from their traditional style, but they want the market to stand up. So that can be done only, to put it very straight, evolution of the man happens with time. Knowing that factor very well, we designed circular modules sticking to the very way the Chennapatna toys actually function over a lathe. So for that is one of actually our major reasons why our modules are circular and has a circular knob towards the end as well. Now coming to the future expansion, we would be having advancements in the shapes and
The
the
time
sizes.
is up, so I would like you to stop, please. Like the time is up.
Can I just okay.
Yeah, you can. If it's 1 or 2 lines, you can continue.
Just 2 minutes. If I get 1 minute, I'll just finish up.
Take 1 minute.
Thank you very much. So one of the future expansions that we looked into taking this product forward is advancement in the shapes and the sizes, new partnerships with the craftsmen, because one of the reason why we actually focus on Chennapatna is weaving or any of the fabric industries or traditional fabric industries in India sponsored by state government, because they get a business beyond a point of time. But craft is not looked by the governments because it is only showed for exhibiting stuff and it's not given a major function to it. So if you actually look at a grassroots level, as our brief talks about, there is no government or there hasn't been any scheme till it, or even if there has been something, the implementation takes too long for the craftsmen to actually benefit from it. So that's why we believe in picking up a craft which can happen in every state in India. Like you have Chennapatna in Karnataka, you have Kondapalli toys in Hyderabad, and a different kind of craft that's actually happening in all over India. So what if you're able to figure out those kind of aspects, then our module could actually become something which would significantly make a difference in the market. And one of the last thing that I would like to end with is introduction to technology. We believe that if our product is actually successful in the market, we can actually show the kid, whoever is creating the module, will be able to show it over his camera phone. Can I continue, sir?
We get it. You can stop sharing the screen if you want.
Yes, sir.
Please breathe. You have spoken continuously for the last 12 minutes. And also, are you doing like a business course along with architecture? I mean, that was thorough.
We really wanted to take it forward as a startup, so we actually put our all our interest into this particular.
No, but this is when I wrote and while you are also, this is something I was looking for, that the eventual product is not actually a concern. You understanding the nuances of how to deal with craftsmen, creating very nice, creating objects, figure out how to package. We all spoke before that actually exploring craft and adding value to that will take years. You go to the artist and you probably know he knows the next time you meet.
Veeram, you're not.
You know his name, wonderful, between the architect and the craftsman. How much am I audible now? 1 second. My internet might be. What was I saying? Yeah, so basically, this was the intent of the brief. That I was not looking at like an extensive.
Veeram, maybe you can turn off your video and then speak.
Yeah, turn off the video, Veeram, for a couple of minutes.
But you knowing the craftsman next. Okay. Audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I was saying that the intent of this whole competition was that we create a spark. That we are not looking at like extensively elaborate end results, but the fact that you actually know the craftsman. Tomorrow when you meet him, you'll know his name, he'll know your name, and it's a beautiful relationship that you build with the craftsman. For us, our head carpenter is like a godfather. So for everything and anything, it's a very sort of a nice circle where we keep exploring things. That you have done something with very simple modules, but eventually, as you become more mature in terms of your creativity or your art, you're going to sort of push this further. You're going to push the craftsman. And just glad that you put down the numbers, you put down strategies. I mean, this much business even I have not thought in the last 9 years. But yeah, well done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
It's a brilliant product idea. Since you have done a thorough business module, I want to just put in a few points for your understanding. I've been working with crafts for a while, and I also work in Chennapatna. So a toy like this, you have done in your study, you've mentioned market segment and all that. But what you mentioned in the market segment is the user segment.
Yes, sir.
Market segment comes in price brackets. And where does your product fit into the price bracket to which segment is very important. And the volumes matter there, where the volumes matter, right? The cost of making anything by hand, by craft goes up. Okay, for a toy like that, you said roughly it costs 900 rupees, right?
Yes, sir.
So out of the 900 rupees, what is the making cost?
It costs about 450 to 500 rupees.
Okay, the material, raw material costs?
Including everything. How much we buy from the craftsman would be at 450 to 500 rupees.
So how much is the craftsman making out of it?
So when we actually figured out on those scales, the craftsman is paid on daily basis of 500 rupees per day. So what we figured out.
So he's being paid means someone else is making it.
So we actually visited Channapatna Crafts Park, wherein the craft.
Yeah, so the ecosystem has evolved in Channapatna for a long time. So it's very difficult. Since you've done the business model, I'm giving you these inputs.
Yes, sir.
To make this a workable product in the market, you really need to find the right market segment, package it accordingly, price it accordingly. Because you cannot compete with other, there are a lot of players in the market doing these kinds of products.
Yes.
It can be easily copied, as you said, in plastic or any other material. But when you're working with a material which is natural, which is handcrafted, lacquered naturally, it adds a lot more value, and how you package and sell it to the right segment is very important. User segment is very different. User segments are kids and schools, and all those are segments where your product can reach out. But who is going to buy it is the most important factor. And that's something that you need to consider. And how do you bring in consistency and quality when you scale up? That's another challenge when you're working with crafts. So more innovations have to be done in that front instead of making new designs.
Yes, sir.
And how does it remain unique that you know the little secret of that product, which if copied cannot be replicated? Because that has to be something that you need to keep in mind. Otherwise, the craftsman won't value the product or make it because it's easily copied, then he's not getting, someone else is making it cheaper.
Yes, sir.
Right? So these are the issues that will come across when you take it up into a business level and scale it up. Yeah, that's my little input. Yeah.
Firstly, I would like to congratulate you on the whole project as a design. What I want to appreciate is that one, you guys went and actually sat down with the craft people, made the products, made the prototypes, but actually took the product and got a market feedback on it. So which I feel is very essential in terms of seeing how your product is perceived at the market and how your customer interacts with it. So I think these three things are something that you'll need to keep doing again and again and again as you start building more and more products. Keeping the business model apart, I think it's a very interesting trajectory, because I feel the idea of a building block and the simplicity of the module that you're making, which actually helps you in easier communication and translation between yourself and the craft and the craftsman. I think that is a USP. So how do you expand more and more into this whole idea of building blocks? I think that will be an interesting tangent to see that it's not just one set of toys, but then how do you make more and more products? And maybe is it a product just for a specific age segment, or is it for is it for somebody like me, or even grown-ups? So I think there's a lot of potential in what you've done, and I hope that you look at it not just from a business point of view, but also from developing the design idea further.
Yes, okay. Three things I wanted to add to what they have said. The first is currently what you have designed is an orthogonal form. Okay, so the family of form that will come will be based on orthogonality. Okay, that is one. And you will have to think about when you are two-dimensionally connecting versus three-dimensionally connecting, what is the mass you require versus what is the material failure. Because one of my observations with these toys and many of these is material failure. I'm just telling you because I've been also trying to experiment. The other thing is when you are detailing it, when you insert something and take out, how many times will it take before it becomes loose? Okay, so what you take against the gravity, okay, versus what you take with the gravity. Little bit of trying of that is extremely important, because it will appear nice, but after some time it will lose its value if you don't know how to tweak around with that. So So there would be the key challenge, because then if you introduce, for example, a triangular from orthogonal, so if you shift to triangular, okay, which means that your form is not only orthogonal, now it comes with triangular form. Now, why it is important? Because you will require diversity. Otherwise, you are caught up in one kind of a system, and if you are not clear about what it does, so after 3 of these connections, the 4th one will not work because it will become loose.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So from material property and from joinery perspective, that's what you need to tweak around.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So could we actually present our previous sheets to give a gist of how a module is actually, how we came to that concept? Because the second stage actually spoke on the business line, so we were not able to actually show the details of our modules, if that's allowed, with your due permission.
Veeram can take the call, but you should give fair chance to everyone.
No, I think we get it. I mean, I remember seeing your presentation. We have still 3-4 more to go. We've been sitting since what, 3 o'clock. So
Yes.
little tedious. But please continue with this. Like there are a lot of forms, modules that can expand to this. Right now, working with similar modules. Up next again. So this is something that NewsLab had done for an exhibition here. This was a Channapur. I think Sandeep was there that time. No, Raw. 2 years back, I don't remember. So so exactly
This was last year.
Last year, no? So with the form, same thing, like what Sankalp said, when you add different modules, there's like a lot that can be explored. But the same thing, like and what Sandeep said, that when you put something out in the market, how do you create something that no one else can replicate? What is that one hidden factor that is your secret ingredient? Okay, but well done. We'll go on with the next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, good luck.
The next presentation is 64 ID 15. You guys can present.
Yes. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so greetings to all the jury members and to all the members present here. So as the brief deals with the scenario of the loss of the cultural heritage of the handicrafts we left behind because of the Western culture, craftsman is a concrete element that influences the shape and creation of each artifact. Bridging the gap between the craftsman and the designer is the main focus here. The craft we chose was a bastar art, and it is a form of art which is made from the material brass, molded into intricate and beautiful figurines. The particular product, Kalmalikam, which means to be bright as a light, referring to the woman's beauty, meets your needs and aesthetics at the same time. The craft is from the town named Bastar in the state of Chhattisgarh. The tribe is known by the name of Gadhwa, and the craft is also known as Dokra craft. Next sheet, please. This craft has its own grassroots inspired by the woman and was also came into limelight because of women. So here's a storyline of how the craft evolved and how the craft came into being. So when the king of the Bastar area gifted her queen a figurine depicting a beautiful dancing posture of a woman, which is also known as the dancing woman, the queen loved the product, and thus the king highlighted and the craftsmen, which led to the craft into the next level. And then they started making different figurines of inspired by women's figures, like the postures of women. So right from the smallest artifact to all the figurines they make, each define the divine beauty and the power a woman's hold. The craft is also known for its intricate work and the finishing. Next sheet.
Now coming to the process of how Bastar art is made. First, the black soil is taken from a bed of field and blended with rice husk in the right proportions. The basic model of the craft is created and then let to dry for a day. For second layer, clean riverside soil is blended with dung and water. Riverside soil is easy to mold, which facilitates good final shape, and cow dung allows the wax to melt out of the cast. Third, it is then filed with sandpaper after drying for a day to achieve the final form. Fourth, over the model, a very thin semi-liquid coating of black soil is applied and the model is dried once again. Fifth, the bean leaves are crushed and put over the model to keep the soil from sticking to it. It's left to dry for another day. Sixth, incense sticks are turned into powder and transferred to a heated vessel. Coal tar and candle wax is also added to the mixture. Seventh, the molten wax is filtered through a cotton cloth into a tank filled with water. This process forms a sheet of charcoal wax on the surface of water. Next, eighth, wax dough is also prepared for the making of thread. The wax threads are made using a handheld press called Pichki Furni in the district Bastar. Ninth, the wax sheets and thread are wrapped closely around the model. Intricate designs are made using charcoal and beeswax. 10th, again a layer of riverside soil is applied over the model. After drying, a coating of powdered wood coal is applied, which gives strength to the structure. 11th, wax runner is made on the dried layer. 12th, channel is added to the chamber with wax runner to make the passage ready. The final layer is kept for drying. 13th, the model is made wet with liquid mud and kept on the burning coals for firing. Liquid metal is then poured into the channel and the model is left to cool for a day. Next, after cooling, the outer model is broken gently with a wooden mallet or small hammer. Next, the actual shape of the craft is then rubbed and cleaned to achieve the final product. In this case, the final product is tori, a trumpet-like musical instrument which used to summon important gatherings in Bastar.
Moving further into the problems faced by this community and the craftsmen. Firstly, as the growing population, the needs have also been increased, which led to the higher prices of raw materials and thus resulting into low sales. This led to demotivation, because of which they are unable to think innovatively. Mass production and lack of facilities being some of the major problems faced by the craftsmen. Also, the youth has developed the idea of not continuing this craft further after looking into the present conditions of the whole community. To this, we think the solution can be arranging various workshops around the world about this craft to retain its essence in the youth. The craftsmen can collaborate and work towards more efficient and technical artworks. This will also help us to bridge the gap between the designers and the craftsmen, which being the major intent of our design. Next.
To answer the question of why a women-oriented product, women brought the dhokra craft, also known as Bastar art, to light. Admiring ladies via this skill is how it began, and it later became recognized for the dancing girl at the dawn of civilization. Our product, Kalmalikam, is intended to aid women while also honoring and respecting their work, strength, and bravery. With rising cases of crime against women, the need of the hour is to take safety measures for women while also empowering them. The intention behind Kalmalikam is to be present for the ladies to aid them in their darkest hours. Now, talking about our product, traditional home decor, jewelry, and technology may appear to be incompatible notions, but our product, Kalmalikam, integrates them with a women's safety. Kalmalikam is designed into two parts: a lamp to be kept at home and a pendant to be worn by women. The lamp has dhokra craft figurines and an alarm system that is linked to the pendant with a concealed wireless chip that communicates to a smartphone app through Bluetooth. The lamp and the contacts will be alerted if the pendant is pressed twice. When the pendant is touched, the sound system and the LED light in the lamp will activate, alerting the concerned members at home. The location information will also be sent to the linked contacts.
Let's move to specifications, which have a major contribution to create a product's personality, as the material used to manufacture dhokra craft shows the roots and the tradition of craftsmanship. As we know, brass as a material has been used since the dawn of civilization to create a variety of artifacts important to humanity. Our product consists of 3 checkpoints. First, being satisfaction through the life-enhancing outcome, we have aimed to provide an aesthetic attributes to our life. Second, usability. Kalmalikam is easy to understand and use in times of needs and plays an important role in women's security. Third, function. This product is designed to be of multi-use, which will function in a variety of ways with the help of technological interventions. How to use Kalmalikam? If you find yourself in need of immediate help, Kalmalikam pendant will act as an emissary as soon as you double click on the pendant. It sounds in 110 dB alarm and alerts the people around you. The lamp is connected to the app and will alert your loved ones at home. The lamp is connected to an electric outlet. It has a special external battery base for the device. So this base battery device acts like a mini portable electric outlet and enables you to use the lamp even when you don't have the supply of electricity. The whole Kalmalikam product will comprise of a lamp, a pendant which serves the purpose of aesthetics, accessories, and an organizer to keep all the items that needs to be easily accessible on the tree. Next, the connected app is extremely user-friendly and easy to use. There are just simple steps to start the secure journey, as the homepage extends up to 4 options and a feedback choice. First, alarm. When you press the pendant, it triggers the alarm option at home and also sends your live location in case of emergency. Second, rides. It gives the option to book rides when needed. And third, medical care. A 6-second press on the button will alert the nearest hospital for medical assistance. Fourth, settings. That is to control the change of color of strip light in variety of options. And the feedback choice allows the user to suggest their views as well as inform their queries. The pendant is connected via Bluetooth with the app, and the lab have a seamless connectivity to the internet. All the ancillary products are extremely integrated and cohesive. In a nutshell, we can say that this craft came in light because of women, which will now act as a beacon of hope and security for today's women. Through our product, Kalmalikam, it retains its character, which is to serve women and keep them safe, while also acting as a symbol of beauty, strength, and light, which accurately describes the women of today. Thank you.
Is the presentation complete?
Yes.
You can stop sharing, please.
Yes.
I request all the jurors, if they have any questions or comments, they can start.
I mean, are we looking at the craft or are we looking at technology as such? Because there are two, like there's a boundary. Like if I have to design something which deals with technology more, which is this case, like sometimes when we sit and figure out how to design things which needs a circuit or gears or some sort of mechanical things, and then if I suppose have to combine it with craft, then the technicality, see, with anything that you design, which is so elaborate in terms of technology, it's something that you figure out first, because that is what gets limitations to the product, right? So once I know that my circuit is going to be so much, that there's a certain power source that's needed, etc., etc. So if that base is ready to me, then I sort of figure out how to apply any craft for that matter, that comes in. So, and it's an interesting proposal, it's but exactly, like, are we sort of looking at craft, or so, like, even with technology, it's a hypothetical sort of a proposal that this will work, and it might, but in terms of what we are presenting, I'm not very convinced as to what am I supposed to assess your entry on.
We tried to
So
go
actually, the thought behind this particular idea was that we did not today technology is ever changing. With every for every day you see more and more things being created, or more larger inventions being confined to like chips and all. So the technological part of it, like the LED lights or the chips that is used to connect with the Bluetooth device, they are they might just become very small, like smaller than they are today. So this particular craft will also be evolving with that. It will be handmade, but we have also taken the help from the machines, from the technology, which is ever changing. So keeping the the essence, the hand done essence of the craft, changing with the technology so that it is able to evolve.
No, agreed. Yes,
Yeah, so I'll leave to Priyanka to respond to some of the part related to gender. But see, I think, I mean, I'm just pushing, but to even to tell his name, to tell her to sort of respond would be a little inappropriate, because we all have to be sensitive to it. Yes. But I'm just trying to say my inability to respond to some of the things. So that's why I'll wait for that kind of response. But few things I think is important. Look, we have to be extremely careful in today's time when we begin a presentation where we say that, okay, Western influences and all of these. Why? Because see, you need to understand that the very technology that we are using is coming from different societies of the world. Okay, so see, we have to be very careful in our current time, in our current time, to sort of not push the agenda so much that it is unfair. Okay, because see, the thing is, 10 of us who would be sitting in the other part of the world would be then the one victim of all of this. Okay, because we are in a very comfortable position right now in our own space. That's not the same. So just be very careful about it. Second, knowledge has always been sort of traveling from one part to another part. So we have learned from many people, and many people have also learned from us. I mean, isn't it a more fairer society than to sort of look at it in sort of that sense? And especially, we are waiting for our majority of our populations are born post 92 in this country, which means 70% of the population are UIs. So that is one part of it. The second part of it is, yeah, technology is extremely important. Let me say that the question would be for you is that how does the hand and the technology come together? Okay, because that's a very important question. So here, for example, if you're using safety, there would be a number of things that would come from safety. Okay, there would be. So let me accept that one of the thing would be this. So I don't think that I'm saying that it won't be. Okay, so that's an added layer to it. Okay, so let's accept that as an added layer to it, and I think fair enough. I don't see a sort of a problem with that. Now the question comes about the whole how are they looking at the craft? There I think the whole question comes about the relationship between two of them, and why do you think that the craft, the product that you have created, has a scope of really giving something, offering something much extraordinary, which right now, for example, to me seems to be valuable, and it it will have a market of a certain kind. It will be a very specific kind of a market. Whereas safety, you're talking about, it should have something which is, like you go and quickly buy some earring, buy something. It should be as accessible as that. So this incompatibility is something I just wanted to expose to you. I'm not saying wrong or right now, but I'm just trying to make you aware that just be aware about it when you're sort of trying to put it. So idea wise, fair enough. I don't see a problem. But I was trying to think about it, is that if you remove technology, how will you sell this thing? Remove the technology part of it, because Technology part of it, you are giving money to the people who are making technology first. Okay. Then little bit to the value that you are adding it, but you will not be giving it to the people who are making that artifact, because technology is only an assembly. You understand what I'm saying? That the artifact, what you're making is, and the chip is an assembly. But the person who is making what are you offering, that's where we should focus on. And that's where I felt that I feel that there is some kind of a to me some interpretation seems to be very traditional, whereas your narratives are very modern. You're bold, you are expressive, you don't shy away from speaking what you want to speak. So how does this come together is something I would wish you to think about it a little bit more. But as an energy level, I really appreciate the conviction with which you are trying to bring it. Okay, but as I said, there are a few things which you need to be aware of.
I totally agree with what Sankalpa said just now. My concern in this whole situation would be that, let's say this is a technology-based product, and the product really gets, like in a hypothetical situation, the product really gets popular in the market. There's obviously going to be a demand in terms of, let's say, more and more designs. And that's when your intervention or your idea of craft overlaid on a technological products will start to fail, because there is technically, like, the product might be a need in the market, but then that application of craft overlaid onto it, it just might be the most dispensable thing. Especially, let's say, you make a product and it becomes popular, you want to reduce manufacturing costs. Do you really need to overlay craft onto, such a functional device that you're talking about? So that is where your agenda, if it was to be an agenda for towards craft, your entire intent, or the entire design intent will sort of fail the need for craft at the first place. Having said that, I think I really appreciate that you brought in all that energy, those ideas in terms of bringing in a comprehensive thought process from, let's say, manufacturing to craft to trying to make it more appropriate to, let's say, like a technological product. But I think the agenda of the craft, can it be all about that and not about overlaying 2-3 different ideas, where the primary reason of doing this exercise becomes mundane.
Ma'am, actually, what we wanted to do is, make a product that is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also, usable in today's time. So this product is a result of that particular thought. Also, not just thinking about, okay, let's just make it, small and usable and that. But also, because in today's time, people don't just think about the use of a particular product, but also how it looks. So even the pendant, or the pendant, goes with the attire of the women, and the lamp will play a big role in the home decor. So both the parts of the product will be catering to the usability, and also will be aesthetically pleasing.
Were you able to meet the craftsmen or the artisans, or maybe see things hands-on as to how and what of the craft?
Actually, I particularly belong to somewhere around that region. So I have particularly examined all the artifacts, how they are made, and how the process is gone through, like the whole from the beginning to the end product. So I have seen the whole process. So as far as I have examined the whole process, most majority of the craftsmen being the women, and men also help, but the major part the major role of the whole product which is made is played by the woman. So that's where the thought of making this craft into a whole new product, thinking about the women's, like the issues faced by the women and making a product for them came into being.
Okay. I mean, I have not understood why you guys haven't put, say, pictures or, documentation of actual work happening. Like, I mean, beautiful sketches and everything. But for you to convey how this works, because there are so many, being honest, there are so many things that we don't know, But for us to assess how your product works, it is essential for us to understand how the process works for that craft, So that is
Sir,
something.
actually, the sketches that are there are the product of the images taken. The whole composition of
Understood.
work was, a mix of illustrations. So hand-done illustrations then being digitalized. So the sketches that you see in the process are, the result of the images that we took.
Okay. Cool.
So I think we'll be moving on to the next entry.
Thank you, guys.
ID
Thank you, sir.
107.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, we'll be just be presenting.
Yeah.
Thank you. We were audible just before or not? Because we had started presenting.
Now you're audible.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry for the issue.
Yeah,
Everything's all right now?
Yes, continue.
Okay then. So thank you. Good evening, everyone. Our team presents to you the range of products Alankrit. We'd like to first begin with the history of our chosen craft. The paper mache craft is largely pursued by the Shia sect of Kashmiri Muslims that trace their ancestry back to the craftsmen who migrated from Iran with Shah-e Hamdan. There are two groups, Saksazi and Nakashi artists. The Saksazi work on the base model while the Nakashi work on the finer details like the painting. So we decided to choose paper mache because of its malleable properties. You can mold paper mache into almost any shape. The materials which are used to make paper mache are water, glue, mold, adhesive, varnish, paints, etc. The paper cuttings are obtained from recycled newspapers and are soaked in water for 5 to 6 days. Then that is further mashed into a paste and made into in a stone utensils. The mixture is then transferred into molds and is left to dry for 2 days. Once the shape is obtained and dried, they use sandpaper to smoothen it out. And the shapes are then painted colorfully with design and motifs and polished with varnish. All the motifs are inspired by the nature surrounding them as well as their own stories and myths, etc. So we wanted to address two issues here. The first is concerning the craft. The centuries-old beautiful craft is slowly dying and the community is struggling to survive. Tourism is their main source of income and COVID was a big blow to their livelihood, along with the current political scenario. The tradition of passing on the technique to the next generation has also been discontinued. So we thought that through the craft, we wanted to address the social issue and make the craft more than just an adornment. That is how we decided on the topic of women's safety. Women are portrayed as victims enough in newspapers and articles. We don't want to tell stories of women who have had horrible experiences or faced terrible things. Instead, we wanted to tell a tale of how women are taking charge in a society that's against them. So we sought to modify the pre-existing paper mache jewelry into her defense equipment. So while existing products do cater to the issue of women's safety, carrying such bulky safety devices is not the most pragmatic, especially since we have an issue with pockets and the lack of them. More like we have to carry a lot of purses, and taking out these devices from them is also an issue. These type of equipment have always been available legally in the market, and the point of these is not to intentionally attack someone but to defend oneself. There are lots of acts and NGOs that work on the legal aspects. While paper mache bangles have been available in the market, they aren't very popular, but in technical terms, it has a perfect width and dimensions to conceal safety devices. This brings us to our first product by Alankrit, the pepper spray bangle. Our idea was to take a cylindrical paper mache bangle and put a vial of pepper spray in the cavity. Since the bangle is on the wrist, it is easier to access, and the paper mache being an easily degradable material, there has been a layer of insulation provided between the pepper spray and the exterior layer of paper mache. As you can see, the nozzle fits right into the cavity and acts as a cap and a lock, and the two pieces are connected by a hinge. So moving on to the next product, the blade bangle. Enhancing the concept of a pocket knife, a small blade has been concealed in a bangle, which is of a lesser thickness than the pepper spray bangle, which can be released with the press of a button. So here is the prototype for the blade bangle. And this here, over here is the slit for in which the blade is concealed, and it is pushed out through this button. And since it is also placed on the wrist, it provides with an easier access, and on pressing and this is the button for releasing the blade. So moving on to the next products. For the next two products, my teammate would be demonstrating while I explain. So a third product is the hair stick or the Jura pin window breaker. Since the window breaker and the hair stick have somewhat the same stature, both have been combined to form this product. The complete body of the hair stick is made of paper mache, but the tip is made of an aluminum alloy since this part would be in contact with the window of the vehicle. The undulating surface on the thicker part of the stick is provided for better grip by the user. This would help in an easier escape from a closed vehicle during times of danger. And the final product is a claw earring. This earring has a sharp and curved end which can be used to defend oneself and provide sufficient time for the person to escape. It has a circular hole in between, which is used to slide in a finger for the grip. And it is a simple hook earring providing easier removal and use. This being made of paper mache is lightweight and suitable for everyday use. All of these products, since they are made of paper mache, they are readily and very easy to carry and very light and not very heavy. So they can be used on a daily basis and there's no issue of carrying a purse with you to carry them along. So, according to the data, the global market for handicraft products is increasing significantly over the years. These products also match with the market of traditional Indian jewelry while also providing a cultural connection and an additional aesthetic on an international fashion front. This means that it has a lot of potential in terms of USP in the Indian market as well as globally. In terms of safety product, with everything going on in the world, women are leaning more towards safety measures such as self-defense techniques and safety devices. Combining two markets here, both of which have an increasing user base over time, is also a plus point. Since this is a booming market, involving the craftsmen into this will also further increase their businesses. Lastly, we'd like to talk about the scope for future expansion of our product. We strive to create a safer and better environment for women. So instead of limiting ourselves to just the product, we have come up with an additional feature to keep on track with the technological advancements. An app that all the facilities provided by different platforms are combined into one. Users can register into the app using an email ID. Now, the point is that we don't want to change the existing products, but we want to further add details like the GPS tracker or SOS buttons that will make the devices multi-purpose. So the app provides a GPS tracker to share their live location or book cabs with women drivers and a platform to review streets, SOS messages into the emergency contacts and other police stations, etc. The purpose of this is to incorporate digital aspects into the original products and make them multi-purpose. It is said that as long as there's a mold for it, it can be made using paper mache. We believe that we are a mold away from creating a safer future for women. Thank you. Now, before we end our presentation, we would like to present our video showcasing our products and the use of them as well. The screen is still visible, right? The video. Can you audio?
Yes, yes.
Please let us know if the audio is visible.
Yeah, audio is audible.
Thank you. So with this we would end our presentation. Thank you. So should we stop presenting or keep up?
Stop presenting.
Anyone wants to go ahead with?
Well, maybe well, I find these concerns. Okay, see, the thing is, what is happening. I'll respond to what is larger thing happening, because now this will be the second, third, or I don't know how much, but I'm seeing questions of gender very serious, and I'm also seeing the question of safety very serious, and to me that's it's a very good space to be. If you ask me, given the quantum of things that we have seen in last 10 years, I think that that there are groups of students unrelated totally, and still there are issues which, or the solutions are coming, so either the solutions are for self-defense, or the solutions are coming to alert. Okay, but I see it very I see these concerns very important, and perhaps I don't know what is happening in the other gender, and in terms of sensitization. Okay, so you see different nuance of what is happening. So let me put it in that larger perspective. I thought that because it is recurring, I felt that it is important to say that. Now, we'll have to see how much the paper mesh as a material has strength in that scale. But I'm assuming I don't have an experience of handling paper mesh as far as strength is concerned. So I will leave up to some of the other reviewers to sort of figure out that. But I find both let's say all the three designs quite interesting. Okay, because obviously it does more than just being a ring, more than just being a bangle, more than just being your hairpin. It also integrates craftsmanship. It also does that, and it does in a much more seamless way than the forced way. Is something I wanted to sort of acknowledge it in the way in which you are trying to think about it. In fact, I was trying to ask that, have you made that bangle, or was it only theoretical? Okay, yeah.
No, sir, this is actually working prototype.
Yeah, that's important, because that would be the most sophisticated one, not the other two, because there you are taking something out, so you require a spring action from inside, and how do you integrate it, etc.
Yes,
I find it quite. In my personal viewpoint, I find it very interesting. All the three attempts, but as I'm saying it, I don't know about material property in terms of what paper mesh trend. So I'll rely on somebody else to respond to that.
So we too, while discovering this paper mache craft, we too had that same thought that what if it's not strong enough? So we actually talked to them and did a strength test or something like that with the paper mache products, and it is actually very hard. And because of the varnish coating and all the coatings that is going on top of it, it's
just a second. we have got papercrete bricks, etc. See, there is a difference between hardness and the, some material you can dent it easily, okay, but you cannot, but it would have very good compressive strength. So we are talking about different properties, just to let you know. That's why I didn't want to respond.
Okay. I don't know if this other bangle was visible during the presentation, so we're just showing. I think it was not visible on the camera. This is the second product. This was the blade one. So we've got the button here to release it. It's a very small blade, which is just enough to defend oneself, but not to particularly attack someone. So this is the second.
Also, there's this constraint of not being able to carry a very long or very, long blade in public transport. So there's this rule of, I guess, 4 inches. Yeah, 4 inches. So that's why we have made this blade small, just to provide enough time to escape and not cause a very big harm to the attacker.
On my end, I've never worked with the paper machine myself, but it's interesting to see how how the material behaves, especially in manufacturing smaller products and the kind of strength that it's giving. I hope you guys have done the due diligence with respect to understanding the material, and it's just not theoretical. Um, um, what I like about all the products is that the entire story was from start to end was very coherent. And also that interesting point where you said that till the time you've got a mold, you can do anything and everything with paper mache. So I think that gives us an opportunity to not just stop here, but keep exploring and going more. And I mean, like it's great that we have one coherent series here as products which have a common language, which has a common goal in terms of the target market or the intention. But um, maybe the intention, like maybe the whole idea should not stop there, but go beyond that and explore what more can the material do. I mean, I like it from the point of view that of what you did with the material and what are the kind of products you made out of it. Like the intent of the products as a whole was interesting, but somewhere to talk about an interesting application of the material, how you worked with the material. I think uh, that's where there was a bit of a lacking in terms of taking that a notch up or taking it a few steps forward. And if I talk about paper mache, I feel it's a very accessible raw material. One is to go to a craft cluster, but I mean, with you guys even not being able to go to a craft cluster, I would have personally loved to see a lot of experimentation and playing around with just material. So as an end result, it's good, but then the process of coming to that end result would have also like been an interesting part to see in the project.
Okay. So we did visit a lot of artists and craftsmen to discuss with them our designs as well, because we wanted to understand if it was physically possible for them to make it and not just as a prototype or as a sample, a single product. And they say that it is possible, again, because of the mold aspect of it. And I think the main point was that because paper mache as such is, has multiple properties such as the hardness, etc., and yet there are certain drawbacks, and we did not want to incorporate something that was not physically possible for the artisans to do in their own work. We wanted to make sure that the something that was pre-existing but modified to make a product that could be more useful than just an aesthetic appeal to users in it.
I mean, that understanding definitely works the moment you're talking about the product and the product line. Okay. But it's always important to be very playful with the material, especially with something that could easily be accessible with you. I mean, there's a lot of work around the world that's been done around paper mache. And I mean, maybe that kind of an angle to how you applied it. Could there be a different perspective to how paper mache and metal interact with each other? I think it would have been an interesting thing to also see, like application of the material in a slightly different way.
Okay, thanks.
So even I'm not very aware about the properties of paper mache and how strong it would be. But one thing you have to realize that, once you say, suppose in the future you put out the product, so now we are addressing something which is a very serious concern, So in that case, your products have to be fail proof, Like if you consider the glass breaker, so that I think would be the one piece which would need the most force, like when you sort of exactly that the R&D, what Priyanka said, the R&D of how this works is something to address, Otherwise, a very interesting, like she said, very coherent, very sort of seamless range of products which could be practical. But just, like, do we embed a little metal inside the pieces? Does the weight work for the years or does it not? So I think concept-wise, visually, very interesting. But and you should take this forward and figure out how you can sort of do this, do some tests, try figuring out if product,
Yeah, and the good part is even if it's not feasible, we can also always customize it and put up it like in the earring part. Even if it doesn't work correctly, we can always customize it and add another material. And we didn't.
That's what we're saying, that before you put anything out as a product, in the commercial market, you need to test it.
Yeah.
It needs to be foolproof, because it's eventually going to be the brand identity, And then, the whole logistical problems of not having products which are foolproof are like reason. Plus, these are small objects, so they will be mass manufactured. So before you make that one proper prototype, you come to that point, and then obviously to reduce costs, to have a business model, investments, you will have to at least make say 200 pieces of such, So that is the future part of it, but very interesting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think that's a brilliant set of products that you have designed. Really well camouflaged within the craft, and the material kind of allows you to mold it into different shapes. That's what the strength of the craft is. Since everyone said they don't have much knowledge of paper mache, I've been working with Kashmiri paper mache guys for a while, trying to figure out again how to push the envelope. I've been doing furniture and very thin moldings. They're quite strong. They can take tons of loads, and I guess these products will work. They're carefully made. So the detailing between the metal components and the paper mache is something that is a trick that you need to crack, but it's feasible. And the material has that compression and load shock taking capabilities. So I think these products slightly fit into the category of things that you have developed, and they're quite out of the box application of a craft that I've seen. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the next one.
This is the last presentation, 64 leading 49. You guys can present. Guys, you can present.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so starting with our research, we came across various communities. The selection of this particular craft community depended upon how our product can help them in terms of capital and identity. So we selected a community in Mahim, which is like 100-year-old and originally from Mount Abu, Rajasthan. So till date, they are on footpath of Mahim and they also work there. So along with that, Mahim also hold other such communities practicing craft with other materials. This particular community is skilled in working with bamboo. And when asked about the same, they mentioned that they do projects like making a actual size car from bamboo and also other products. By this, we understood the flexibility of bamboo and the experience of this community with it. So we started our research and ideation based on already available design bamboo products. So wherein we concluded that there are already enough products of bamboo for humans in the market. Hence, we choose animals as our major stakeholder, in which we divided them into pets and stray animals around us to give our product an identity of its community. We designed a logo which depicts the process of weaving through a silhouette, which is to be painted on the product. And then we started designing series of small products, which are like bird feeders, squirrel feeders, or a cat house and a small shelter.
Yeah, so talking about the cat house, we first studied the relation between cat and humans and analyzed that cats like being around their owner, but they don't always like being pampered. So we have designed a product for cat where the human could sit resting his back and the product can be placed in the living room adjacent to the sofa so that humans can use it as a floor setting while watching TV. It started off with a structured framework which was made out of cane, and smaller canes were then used as an reinforcement, giving strength to the product. While we were in the process of making the products, we were exposed to many tools, and that was very useful and a very nice experience for us. So Cat House provides a comfortable space and it is also functions as a backrest for the room. It has two levels, one with a rug and the other with a cane. The lower level is used by the cat for sleeping and the upper level is used to keep cat food, bowls, toys, etc. One side of the product can be vertically aligned with any wall surface, while the other side is kept tilted as backrest for the humans. A scratching mat is provided on the sloping side and it can be hidden off by the bamboo stick mat, which can be rolled down for the users to have a comfortable backrest. The scratch mat is made out of compressed bamboo waste and the cane skeleton is covered with waved bamboo patterns, which is lightweight, eventually making the product very easy to handle and eco-friendly at the same time. The front and back side of the product is covered with waved patterns of bamboo, which are seen in their traditional products. The two shorter sides have circular punctures in it for the cats to enter. The lower side opening is designed by studying the anthropometry of the scratch, and the above one has a comparatively smaller opening to keep pet-related stuff in it.
These are the products mainly aiming to animals, which we have seen majority in our city. One of them are squirrels, which we see getting into our balconies or kitchen windows due to our city planning, where we thought a feeder can be made of bamboo, can be designed to either hung along the parapet of our terraces or compound walls. And the bird feeder could be placed on a tree. Another design was inspired from an unclean tree cutter. So where stray dogs are sleeping around and it is a bit unclean. So a small dog house can be installed. It can help in providing a specific location for them to stay, as well as it can give a provision for a backrest for people along the streets to rest on. For these range of products, the frame is made in cane to give stiffness and it is covered with a weaved bamboo pattern.
So the total cost of the product, the making cost, came to be about 2,280 rupees. But we have assigned the product value as 5,000 rupees after calculating the profits. And to help the community, we have shops can be placed in malls across the cities. But for future growth, shops could also be placed at airports. So it will not only improve their capital, but also help in making the brand international. And other products are placed outdoor, which also promotes the community in general by the people seeing the logo on it. by which they'll recognize that this product is made by
a particular community.
And after our design products, we understood that such range of products are not only functional, but also represent and value the craftsmanship, which was by the bamboo weave pattern that they traditionally use. And then these are just some pictures which were in the prototype.
Making of it.
Yeah. Yeah, we had.
I think Sandeep would be the perfect person to address this, and Priyanka.
It's an interesting set of products. And since you have done prototyping, you must have understood that the forms you have conceptualized as 3D sketches don't follow how the material would behave in that shape. So I think after your experience of making that whole prototype of with cane and bamboo mat, you could have refined your other product ideas, keeping in mind the material, because sometimes when you're working with a particular material, because this is a very, your community is very material concept specific. They do weaving. Bamboo has, like you, as you said, it can be used in many ways. And one more interesting thing I like about your ideas is the interaction between the surroundings and the user of the product, and how you kind of integrate it. But in terms of the product itself, it doesn't look very resolved. The ideas are nice, but more work is required to kind of make it more refined, because when you're interacting with it, bamboo is not so friendly if it's not well finished. It's very sharp. It might just cut, or it has splinters because it's fibrous. And if it's not finished well, if an animal is walking through it or climbing it, it could hurt itself from the whole interaction. So how do you refine a product using the material along with the skill of the craftsman that makes a product is very important. So these are the little fine things that I need to give you as inputs. But as ideas, they're quite exciting. Formally, the products needs to be resolved much better. Yeah, thanks.
I have two comments here. First one is that when you're working with something like bamboo, or my material, what I work with is cane and rattan. See, there's always a material logic, and that material logic sort of drives very specific typology of construction and form. And so this is basically in lines with what Sandeep also said, is that the moment you're trying to fight that material logic in terms of the product shape or the construction, I think the product as a design overall fails. It's important to know the material, know its strength, know the construction, how one strand of material reacts with the other, what is the kind of strength that you get from, let's say, manufacturing one type of shape to the other type of shape. And it's interesting that the more you listen to the material, the better you're able to get, in terms of an output, maybe, in terms of lesser, maybe optimized material usage, or better structural properties, in terms of the product you've constructed. So these are the things that, bamboo as a material or rattan as a material, usually gives when you make products out of it. Which I feel is that it's important that before you design a product, know where the material is leading to you, and from there start off your design process. Whereas what you've done is that you've envisioned a brief, you've envisioned a specific form or a shape, or a product, and then you came to the material looking for a manufacturing solution. So your strategy in the whole case should have been other way around. Secondly, you've made a few products which you're talking about putting indoors. Then there are some products you're talking about putting outdoors. So this question, see, because I've never worked with bamboo, so I want to ask a question to even to Sandeep and to the team as to can stripped bamboo and its products, can they survive in outdoor conditions with sunlight and rain? Does it work in itself?
So,
yeah, go ahead.
You want to?
Yeah. So,
I mean, I can. Okay.
So to tackle that, mainly the position that we. Sorry. So are you speaking any? So the answer to that would be the positions or the locations of the product that we have chosen were the points where there is a minimum rainfall, or right beside the trees where there is not greater amount of sunlight coming, or the rains there, and also over the trees where there is little bit of that for us to work with.
I think let me articulate for you what Priyanka and Sandeep said in much more concrete terms. And then if they think that I have not addressed it, you can add on. Look, rattan and bamboo are different things. So for a split bamboo which you are working, we need to know the cross-sectional area in relationship to flexibility. Okay, that is one. The second you need to know is that very cross-sectional area in relationship to flexibility, where do you pin from the end condition? Okay, this becomes, in furniture, it is slightly less critical, but I would not agree with that still. In architecture, it is extremely critical. There is no other way. Okay. Now, these two becomes important because your logic starts building from that there. Because if you do a warp and the weft, or for example, let's say your cross-sectional area, if you want to make a circle out of it. Now, based on the thickness of the cross-section, you will be able to make a particular diameter. Okay, whether you fire it, torch it, and bend it, etc., becomes. I mean, all of these becomes extremely critical. Again, I'm differentiating. In craft, it is slightly less demand as compared to in architecture, because the lignines in your split, what it does, it fails in shear. So even if your split has got excellent tensile property, it doesn't matter at all, because you are not able to take the strength of the tensile property simply because your joinery fails much before you have fully taken the potential of the tensile property. So the logic of the joinery, that's why in traditional systems, when they were tying it or little bit pins, etc., were doing it, is to evade that, which becomes exponentially exposed when you work in architecture. Okay, but here what is happening is it is at that scale. Now, with that comes the logic of how you bend it and how do you end it. In your product, what happens is when you are terminating things, okay, if you look at Sandeep's table right at the back, okay, if you look at the split and you look at the way it terminates, okay, and if you look at the way you are terminating it, you have to be careful. How are you ending the split like the section exposed? Or in his case, what is happening is he has completely made the loop and only the sides are exposed. So there are multiple questions that starts emerging when you start dealing with the material. Okay, so I mean, just to give you some concrete example, I'm sure there will be more which Sandeep and Priyanka may be able to tell you. But my response are coming from an architectural understanding, because I have been detailing. I mean, I've been working a lot with splits and testing them for architecture, which is very different from when you deal with furniture.
Yes.
So I would accept that it's an interesting inventory of ideas, but it needs to follow the language of the material, and for that you need to work a little bit more. Yeah.
So do we have any other comments from the jury members? So I think we would be concluding with this session. So finally, it gives me great pleasure to tell everyone that initially we received about 135 entries, and during the first round of juries, all the 13 entries that have presented today were selected. And I would like to congratulate to all the participants who presented their thought-provoking and conversation-initiating works, which resulted in a lot of insights. Lastly, I would like to thank all the jury members for being so interactive and trying to help the candidates to reach their maximum potentials. So thank you everyone for being a part of this jury. I think Chaitanya wants to say something.
Yes, even as Divyan said, I would like to thank all the jury members for their time, and for the next round of discussions about the winners and all, I would request you all to join the breakout room that I'll be sharing. Maybe we can take a 5-10 minutes break before that if you want.
And I think we should complete it.
Okay, so I'll stop the live streaming, and I request all the participants to kindly leave the meet.
Because I'm yet to fill it. So you have to